Welcome to the beginning of a new journey. I'm a landscape photographer living full-time in my foreigner Ross, and what started as a 3,000-mile trip through Newfoundland became something much deeper. I came in search of icebergs, but somewhere along the way, I lost myself. I began questioning everything: my purpose, my passion for photography, and my own resilience in the wet, unrelenting cold of the North. This journey is rooted in photography, but what unfolded was far more personal than any photo I could take. After my winter hibernation was over, it was time to drive north. I spent the next 2 days driving 1,500 miles from Florida to Ontario to visit Sophia for a quick trip to Patagonia. That time flew by, and it was suddenly the middle of May. Time to say goodbye to Sophia and get back on the road to drive another 1,000 miles from Ottawa to Sydney, Nova Scotia, where we cross the Gulf of St. Lawrence and where this journey begins.
A parking lot.
Getting back on the road is always hard. A little secret for all of you out there is that living on the road, full-time in a vehicle, doesn't quite mean 365 days of the year. I do get breaks from sleeping in my coffin on wheels sometimes. No offense to Ross, it's just not a lot of space to live in, if I'm being honest. Without these times, I think I'd go crazy, or probably freeze to death. This year was nearly 5 months, the longest I had been off the road since the day I moved into my vehicle over 3 years ago. The truth is, you get comfortable, enjoying things like a microwave, a desk, and the comfort of knowing where you're going to sleep every night. It was even harder this time around because a new player had entered the game of my life, Sophia, whom I had to say goodbye to more times than I'd like. I must admit, the feelings were mixed. After over 3 years on the road, especially living the way that I do, road life is taxing. But at the same time, I'm also excited. I enjoy the comforts of consistency as much as the next person, yet I find myself stagnant and cloistered from routine. I find myself growing and doing my best work, not only in my photography, but also within myself when I'm out on the next adventure.
So the last time I was on this ship, I sat all the way at the back with a great view. I was ready to go. It had been delayed a couple days. The weather was really rough. And that's when I discovered that I get motion sickness. A little seasick. Now granted, the weather was way worse, and I didn't realize that sitting on the edge of the boat made it worse. So eventually I made it to the middle. I survived, but after the first hour I was just like, all right, nothing's getting done. I just need to sit here and focus on not throwing up all the food that I had in my stomach. But today is looking a lot better. Cross your fingers that I'll actually be able to get some work done. And for my own sake, not throw up.
My previous visit to Newfoundland wasn't until the middle of August of last year, and I was lucky enough to stay until the color started changing for fall that year. It was absolutely breathtaking. So beautiful, in fact, that I'm already on my way back. However, I kept being told that I had to come back for iceberg season. When the weather starts to warm up, large bodies of ice separate from Greenland and Canada's northern glaciers. It slowly makes its way down the Atlantic, eventually passing by Newfoundland. Thus, iceberg season. This also coincides with the whale season and the puffin migration. Seems like a pretty great time to be here, eh? Also, the weather should be pretty good for a guy trying to avoid the summer heat in his car.
So maybe I'm full grown, but I don't feel older yet. Maybe I'm too young.
All right, so what's the plan? Well, the plan is, there is no plan, really. You see, living on the road, or more specifically, how I enjoy living on the road, is to have an idea in mind, even something as simple as a direction, and just see where the road takes me. The last 2 years, I had no plans to drive to Alaska or Newfoundland. Yet, when the ideas were presented, I said, why the heck not? Let's go.
Oh my God, we are here. We have made it. Okay, we gotta make one quick stop before we get on the road here. My good friend Tim's.
When I took the ferry to Newfoundland for the first time, I hadn't even looked up a single photo. It was like going to a new movie with nothing but the title. At least when I went to Alaska, I knew there was going to be some big-ass mountains there. Newfoundland was a complete mystery, but it meant I went in with no expectations and was continually gifted with landscapes and scenery like I had never experienced.
Don't wanna get older, yeah. Maybe I'll face it
Thankfully for this trip, I have a good idea of what nearly all the drivable coast looks like. I'm sure I barely even scratched the surface of spots to photograph, but just having a general lay of the land's topography, amenities like coffee shops where I can work, places to eat, or how easy it is to find a shower all make getting around the rock just that much more comfortable. The general idea, or direction if you will, is to head north and try to intercept the icebergs that are passing by the northern coast. Thankfully, there's even an online tracker for these icebergs, so I can see just where they are and where I should be as they make an appearance. First, we've got a couple stops along the way. Specifically, right now we're headed to the western coast to revisit these sprawling cliff sides that I absolutely loved the last time I was here and didn't get quite enough time during my last visit.
What a beautiful morning. All right, so last night I drove into the night to make it to this spot so that I could shoot sunrise. I had trouble falling asleep, and sunrise was at, 5:40 Newfoundland time, which is 4:10 the time that I'm used to. And unbeknownst to me this morning, I completely slept through my alarm. Don't even remember it. Don't remember snoozing it. Don't remember waking up. The first time I remember waking up, I looked outside and it was bright sunshine waking me up. And I was like, oh, okay, I guess I missed sunrise. So I drove here last night, not necessarily for nothing, but I could have just gone to sleep there and drove here today. But we're here. I'm going to get the drone up in the air. It is a gorgeous spot. Not that it looks like it right here, but right behind you is the ocean. It is absolutely beautiful. I'm going to brush my teeth first and give me a second to get the sleep out of my eyes. So, good morning. Thanks for being here. You're going to enjoy this.
So once again, same changes, same changes, time and again.
As soon as I got the drone in the air, the fog started developing along the coast. At first, the conditions created some really cool scenes, but as it thickened, I became more concerned that it would become that famously thick fog that Newfoundland is known for, which I'm sure we'll encounter some along this journey. Future Alex here, narrating. You have no idea how correct this statement was. Anyways, sure enough, it rolled in so heavy that the visibility essentially went to zero, and you don't need to know much about flying a drone to know that that isn't ideal. Thus, I landed for a bit and waited around. Little did I know of the magic that was about to happen.
Everyone around me changes.
As I flew around, I didn't really process the beauty that was happening in real time around me. Sometimes this is the cost of trying to document moments like this, where I'm so focused on how to capture the moment that I almost disconnect from reality and I don't take in what is happening around me. In this particular case, I'm very glad that I did because this was so wonderful to capture on camera and not only get to relive it through these videos, I get to share it with you. I just got to make sure I keep myself in check sometimes and put the camera down. Hopefully not over the ledge though.
All right, you've probably seen why I wanted to come back here to try to shoot sunrise, because this coastline here is just absolutely breathtaking. Got a little lucky, actually. Obviously slept in on accident. You know, I am human, things happen, that's okay. But when I came up here, a bunch of fog rolled in, and it created some really cool conditions for some midday type shots. The fog has cleared a bit off now that I can actually see the coastline, but I took a few shots with my camera up here on these rocks, and there was this, I don't know, it's not a sundog. It's a full rainbow, but it wasn't full spectrum because the light was just coming and hitting the fog that was actually below me because there wasn't fog up here. Created some really cool compositions, kind of unique. I don't know, I'm kind of working on this self-portrait series where It's landscape photos, but my shadow is in the photos. I'll put a few on the screen right now. It's a work in progress. I didn't or haven't felt like I've had enough to really do anything with it yet, but I've kind of been taking them as I've journeyed through America and Canada. And it created a really unique shot because I just stood up here on this rock right here, and the rainbow circle completely engulfed me. And then right in the center is a more pronounced one, and then actually you can see my shadow. You can see the rays of light that I'm blocking from the sun all the way into the ocean. Pretty cool. I don't know if it's gonna work. It's really hard to see. It's very bright out, but cross your fingers. I think it was pretty cool. And then obviously flying the drone a little bit. There's a colony of birds way off in the distance. So I try to keep definitely just keep my distance with the drone, pretty much only flying right where I am. Want to be very cautious of that and make sure that I don't get too close to them and bother them at all. But it's been an absolutely beautiful afternoon here. Got lucky even though I slept in. And sometimes I'm at the right place at the right time, regardless if I sleep through sunrise. What a beautiful, beautiful place Newfoundland is. I mean, just like this weather, oh man. The last time I was here, the weather was not this cordial. So, feeling good. Man, life is good.
I'm too sentimental, but I'll get over it. Watching your kids grow up, do you feel older yet? Maybe I'm waiting, putting off changing. So once again, same changes, same changes.
All right, so as much as I want to stick around here, and normally I would. Normally, the benefit of the way I travel is that I would just sit here and hang out and watch some stuff, read some books, work on the laptop, and wait for the conditions to keep changing and watch another sunrise or two. But I haven't showered in 3 days, so I would like to shower. But more importantly, I don't really have a whole lot of supplies. I kind of waited to turn my fridge on until after the ferry ride. So I need to go to the grocery store and get some actual things to eat and drink. Ultimately, this was just kind of a pit stop on the way to what we're majorly here for, which is looking for icebergs. But first, we got to make a few pit stops, hopefully including a shower.
I feel the same when everyone around me changes.
This area is known as the end of the land, or, and apologies for definitely mispronouncing these, Guasawage, by the First Nation Mi'kmaq. The first documented discovery of Newfoundland happened around 1497 and was specifically recorded that this area was inhabited by the Mi'kmaq First Nation. Interestingly, weeks after I was here, I learned that this entire peninsula is planned to have a wind farm developed within its hills, mostly in the forested areas that you can see in much of this footage, a topic I am not nearly informed enough to comment on, but I did find it interesting imagining that the next time I'm here, there could be over 200 wind turbines in these very shots.
Same things will change. There's no controlling it.
Okay, here we go.
All right, we got a pretty late afternoon coffee here. We're showered, we got groceries, the fridge is on. We're hitting the road. Next stop, well, somewhere north. I don't necessarily know where I'm gonna stop, probably for gas and then maybe dinner or something like that. But for now, the adventure door is open and where we go is up to whatever is blowing that day in the wind, I guess you could say. So, I'm gonna pay attention to driving now and we're gonna hit wheels to pavement.
That evening, I drove to Deer Lake, Newfoundland, which is quite literally the crossroads between heading to the northern peninsula or east through the province. I couldn't make a decision where to go, so I just decided to sleep on it.
Oh, a little river. Nice. Throw it down. Down by the river.
After more research and going to the information center, it became more clear that the highest chance I had at encountering bergs was going to be in the northern area of St. Anthony and lots of meadows. Thus, after begrudgingly filling up Ross's tank, it was time to get moving. The first part of this 5-hour drive is through parts of the beautiful Grossmoor National Park, one of the iconic spots here within Newfoundland.
Out here, tired of being patient. I was waiting in line.
Gros, in French, literally means big, which doesn't even do justice to the majestic, beautiful fjords of this area. As the second biggest national park in Atlantic Canada, it was designated a park in 1973 and covers nearly 2,000 square kilometers of soaring fjords, imposing mountains, pristine beaches, lush forests, and barren cliffs. For perspective, the road that I'm driving on, known as the Viking Trail, didn't even exist until the 1960s after the discovery of the Viking presence in lots of meadows. The only way to reach most of these areas was by boat or plane. Grossmoor and the surrounding areas are home to thousands of moose, red and Arctic foxes, bears, lynxes, or is it lynx, or is it lynxa? I don't know, those things. Caribou and many other animals. While it is beautiful, most of the fjord areas are only accessible via a boat tour, which will then drop you off into the wilderness where you can hike to your heart's content. Thus, if you want to photograph it, you must come prepared to backpack. We won't be doing any of that on this trip, but I can say that even the boat tour is worth your time if you ever get the chance to visit, and I highly recommend it. Not far out of the park, we reach one of the more interesting formations along the coast. Coastal arches formed over millions of years from wind and waves, and an absolute great place to stop to enjoy the weather. Believe it or not, there's even cell service here. Pretty great.
But what you need is just a little more touch. Burning like a fever. And you can use my credit card. Never mind the sunshine.
All right, so first of all, it is an absolutely beautiful day here in Newfoundland. I am just glad I'm not getting pelted by wind and rain, which I'm sure is coming. Still raining. So, cross your fingers for tomorrow. To my knowledge, actually, St. John, or that peninsula down there in the south, is known to be the foggiest place in the world. But I got out here to stretch my legs. You might recognize this spot if you happen to catch my review of the iPhone 15 last year. This is where we took the first shot in that video. It's a really cool spot. There's these 3 arches in the ocean here. But what's really interesting about my visit now, and I'm not going to be taking any photos considering the light is super harsh, but what's really interesting is when I shot that stuff last year, the water was all the way up here. Like, I'm pretty sure I stood back there to take those shots. And you might be saying, you know, rising tide, low tide, that kind of thing. But I genuinely think that the water level is just very different right now than it normally is, just because I can see the tide line. The tide comes all the way up to where you can see these darker rocks, and it just kind of stops right here. And yet I was way back here when I took those original photos. And it's just really cool to see that I can visit a spot that I've been to before, twice, 3 times maybe, and see it in a completely different way than I ever saw it before. Like, there's a whole different cave unit over there that I could get to that I didn't even know was there. And it's just, I don't know, it's one of those stop, stretch my legs, and just get presented with something completely different than what I expected, going back to a spot I already knew. Absolutely beautiful day. It's just really nice to be out, soaking up as much sun as I possibly can. Although in the shade here, it's actually pretty cool. So we're gonna stand back out here in the sun. And then we're gonna get back out on the road and head north. It was tough to make that decision about where to go, if I should go where I'm going now, or if I should go more east on the peninsula or on the province. And ultimately, most of the icebergs are up far north, so that's where we're gonna go. I'm excited to see some, excited to see if we can capture any in some really cool scenes. Life, it's an adventure.
Back on the road and still about 3 hours to our destination, much of the mountains fade off into the distance. You get a sense of what most of the island of Newfoundland looks like. Boreal forests littered with small ponds mixed in with this beautiful coastal scenes that you're seeing. It's amazing to think that within a lifetime, much of what I'm driving on didn't exist. The town of St. Anthony, where we're currently headed, had a population of roughly 2,300 people in 1966 when it was connected by road to the rest of Newfoundland, and as of 2021, it has a population of roughly 2,200 people. The population has slowly declined since 1986, what I imagine is caused by the cod moratorium in 1992, which greatly impacted most of the island of Newfoundland.
This guy's just on the side of the road here. Yeah. Okay, I've just pulled over on the side of the road. Across this little pond here, you're definitely not going to be able to see it in this camera. There are 2 caribou grazing in the water. But what's cool is I'm going to try to get lower down into the water. I'm going to take my R7 with my 100 to 500, meaning I'll get it about equivalent of 800 mil, and just try to get some shots of them. It's midday, the light is super harsh, but if I get really close to the water, like almost eye level with them, maybe it could work. I don't necessarily know if I'm close enough, but yeah, I haven't seen caribou here before. Last time I was here, they weren't out grazing. I never saw any. I knew they existed up here, and let's see if we can, I don't know, get a fun shot, or at least some nice footage. In the distance over there, not that you can see it, it's definitely somewhere in this visibility, is our first iceberg sighting. It has no shot. There's nothing to try to capture in terms of, you know, photography or anything, but it is the first one I've seen coming up here, so of course I had to pull over and document it, because that's what we're here for, at least in the beginning of this journey, iceberg hunting. Saw the first one, pretty cool. Quite too far away, but that's okay. Hopefully we're going to find a lot more up here once we get to the St. Anthony, Lonsa Meadows area. Wow, what a beautiful day. My goodness. Look at those guys. Hey, you're in the farm. You're standing the guy's crops. Okay, have a nice day. Newfoundland delicacy. All right, after our quick bite to eat there at a local Newfoundland, oh Jesus. Okay, maybe. Should pay attention to the road. Anyways, we're hunting our first iceberg. It should be around here in the next 10 minutes, close to St. Anthony's, which is the town that I will be kind of home basing out of for the next probably week up here, if I'm guessing. It's kind of what I do is I find a spot and just try to get comfy where I can still work on the laptop and stuff like that. But this little town of Goose Creek, Goose Cove Road is only about 10 minutes away, and the tracker said that there is an iceberg or 2 sitting in the cove over here, but I have no clue what it looks like, so we're going to drive over and see if it's photogenic or not, and we should be there within the next 5 or so minutes.
Driving on Newfoundland's roads is an adventure in itself sometimes. Let's just say I've been on some smoother off-road mountain passes than some of the roads here in Newfoundland. As I was coming into town, my eyes were looking in every direction for an iceberg, and nothing. I got my drone up into the air to look around the area a bit more, and there wasn't any in sight. Okay, that's not entirely true. There was one way off in the distance out there. This was the first lesson that the iceberg tracker isn't completely up to date, and this hunt will require a bit more exploration, which thankfully we're pretty well adept here on this channel. Speaking of which, if you're enjoying this kind of content and you want more behind the scenes stories, workshop updates, or more personal notes along the road, be sure to sign up for my newsletter that you can find in the video's description down below the like button.
Whew. Okay. I gotta put another jacket on. Holy. Okay, well, first of all, it's a little colder here. than it was where I was before. But second of all, there ain't no icebergs here. So the map is just wrong. But it's not a huge deal. This was just the first spot that's closest to the town. And now I'm just gonna go try to take a few photos on the camera, because this is just super picturesque. Got the camera out, got the backpack on in case we want anything else, but there's this really pretty boardwalk right here, and the light is just this nice, diffused, almost pre-sunset light. Sun's still pretty high, but I think this is gonna be for a nice little photo right here. Somewhere in this spot. Well, I still have my lens cap on, but you know, movie magic. Here we go. You know, I was putting this jacket on, I was like, okay, don't forget to get the gloves out of the glove compartment and put them in the pockets. You're gonna want them, your hands are already cold, and as you can tell, I forgot the gloves. But it was gorgeous out here. We've had some absolutely beautiful weather the last couple days. I'm trying to soak it in, because thankfully I'm experienced enough here to know that it could go away and I couldn't see the sun again for a week. So, oh man, what a place. Just, God, I love this place. It's like one of my favorite places on earth.
Lying to yourself and telling the world that you're fine. Held like a captive and trapped by the wounds of the vines.
Walking around the coast, breathing in that frigid May air, and being reminded of just how much I love this chunk of land. It's such the opposite of where I'm from in Florida that almost everything catches my eye. From the plant life to the geology, there's so much to appreciate. I also personally prefer the cold over the humid heat, albeit that might change given a week of these temperatures.
All right, well, I am full of happiness right now, because it is just, well, I keep saying it, beautiful. It's just really good to be back, and I just love this place, especially when it's not raining and windy. Now, the sun still probably has about 45 minutes-ish, maybe 30 minutes to actually fully set. Takes a little longer here in the summer up north, but it just went behind a giant thing of clouds. So right now is probably the last little bit of light I'm gonna get for this evening. Off over here in the distance, you're not gonna be able to see on this screen, I can barely see with my eyes, are two icebergs. There's one way out there and there's one way to the right. Very far off in the distance. I wouldn't even put a lens on and get it with my other camera. It's just not even worth trying to show you. That's how far away it is. But I'm hopeful that when we travel a little bit further north, we're almost at the northern point, but this is like, St. Anthony is like the town that actually has things in it. Once we go a little bit further north, about 20 minutes, that's when we get to Lonta Meadows. But for this evening, I think this is gonna wrap it up. And for the next week or so, I finally get to breathe a little bit, probably get some office work done, hang around, wait for some more icebergs to come, and just kind of not drive all day like I have been for the last 3 or 4 days. So I'm pretty stoked. Hopefully the weather continues to be the way that it is. And I'll show you any images that I get for the rest of the evening that I might like. Thanks for watching, thanks for tuning in, thanks for being here. I'm glad I get to share this with you, because it is just, what a place.
Seeing reflections of someone you don't recognize. These roots run deep. If the woods could speak,
Waking up for day 4 of being in Newfoundland, and today is the day we find icebergs to photograph, right?
Not a bad place to wake up, baby.
Oh, there's an iceberg over there. Hi, can I just get a large? Okay, so normally I try not to get straws, but thankfully they're paper here, but specifically These Tim Horton cups, anytime I sip out a little sippy thing here, I always get dripped on by coffee. So I always have to get a straw.
Climbing the hilltops and following overgrown tracks.
Okay, we have found 3 icebergs in this little bay area. There's one that's like visible right in front of me, and then there's 2 that are over these hills that look pretty gigantic. So I'm gonna get the drone up in the air and kind of get a lay of the land, scout the location a little bit, see what we can see. The one out there is really big, so I gotta get the drone in the air so I can actually show you. But man, these things are massive, and it's a bit overcast right now, but the weather prediction is that the sun should be coming out soon, hopefully. Oh, there's some right there. Man, there's a lot right here. Sweet. Okay, cool. Looks like we made the right decision coming up here, so that's good.
This was such a huge relief, considering one of the main objectives for this entire trip was to photograph an iceberg here in Newfoundland. And by all accounts from the reports that I had read, this year was looking like it might be kind of difficult. Once I realized we found some icebergs and my nerves relaxed a bit, it let me take in exactly what was in front of me. I found myself in awe of just how gigantic some of these icebergs are. We're talking hundreds of feet high for some of them. The closest thing I've ever experienced to this was the Glacier Lagoon in Iceland, but most of those, while large, were never even close to this. Some of these look like mountains in the ocean. Now, considering my goal as a photographer here is to capture these magnificent pieces of frozen water in good light, it was now time to wait. I took a quick trip further north while the light was still overcast, and by the time I came back, the sun was shining and the icebergs were almost glowing from that light. It's incredible just how different these things present themselves in different light. Remember only a few hours prior that the ice blended in with the backdrop of the gray overcast skies, whereas now they're literally glowing from the light of the sun. This natural contrast means anything that I capture right now would likely get turned into a black and white, but much of these flights were more for learning the shapes, textures, and patterns within the icebergs, as it's very difficult to take images and review them while flying the drone. Thus, I did my best to take mental notes of what stuck out to me and what didn't. One thing was for certain is that large iceberg off the coast was the most interesting, but I was too feeble to attempt to fly out there. It looked quite far, and spoiler alert, it was.
Each turn you take brings another old memory back. Weak in the knees as the light through the leaves all goes black. These roots run deep. If the words could speak.
All right, we have waited till basically sunset time. We're still about an hour and a half, maybe almost 2 hours till sunset, but we'll get some nice light. Here's the difficulty with photographing these icebergs, is that they're absolutely gorgeous, like in this scene, in a shot. But when you just take a shot of just the icebergs, it's kind of boring. There's no context. So a lot of the images that I see from Newfoundland that involve the icebergs typically have them in a town with some backdrops or a person in front of them or the buildings that are in part of the town, and that's kind of what makes it unique. That's what makes the icebergs come to Newfoundland. There's not really any other place in the world like that. Otherwise, you could just fly to Greenland or something like that and just shoot the icebergs off the coast there if you just wanted to get some iceberg shots. Now, this one off in the very far distance that you can see all the way in the back is absolutely massive. It's beautiful, but it's so far away that I think it's not necessarily picturesque in the sense that there's so much distance between me and it that there's too much atmosphere between me. It has that almost mirage-like look, kind of like Lawrence of Arabia on that really long shot in the opening when they come over the hill. And yeah, I don't know if you've seen it, but that's basically what ends up happening is because it's so far away. So something I'm going to try to do is this middle one, this one that's kind of probably the biggest in the frame, not this very front one, has some really cool patterns on it. So what I think I'm going to do is actually going to throw my 100 to 500 on either my R5 or my R7, which I'm filming on right now, to maybe even get 800 mil, to get some really more abstract or intricate shots of the patterns that is on that little piece of iceberg right there. And then I'm going to try to line up maybe the back iceberg with it to create some scale in itself. And I'm really just going to try to compress the image as much as I can to try to make something work, make something artistic rather than just kind of just a snapshot of what it looks like here in the bay. Because otherwise it just doesn't have that feeling of photography. It feels more like I just took my phone out and took a photo rather than something that's catching someone's eye or catching someone's attention. So that's what I'm going to try first. We're going to see if it works. Yo, what the hell? What the? Oh! Oh! Okay, that was absolutely wild. As I was sitting here shooting at 800 mil on the R7 of that iceberg with all the really cool patterns that I was thinking it's going to look great in black and white, and even the one far off in the distance with my polarizer on, there's just the right amount of haze that it actually looks okay. It's got this really nice golden light on it. So I also took a few photos of that. But as I was shooting those patterns and those abstract shots, those details on that closer iceberg, it started to calve. And then I got it on video. It just started to go sink into the water, and I noticed between two shots, I was like, wait, it's really moving. And then I started shooting video, and it just suddenly just started going into the ocean. And basically, the shot that I was taking is completely gone. The pattern in the ice is completely gone. So now I get to shoot other stuff. Probably gonna fly the drone in a second while the light is still really good. The sun is about to go behind these mountains back here, but it's also getting diffused a little bit by some clouds that showed up. It's actually creating some nice, really golden light on my scene, even though we're still more than an hour till sunset. So I'm gonna get the drone in the air, I think. I'm gonna keep taking a few shots. Maybe something else will change. That was really exciting. And I even think the shots that I got before are gonna turn out just because of the way the pattern was, just in the way that it was almost spotlighting on that iceberg, that even though it doesn't have anything to do with the town or specifically Newfoundland, I think it's actually gonna come out really great as a photo.
After snagging that shot from land, it was time for the main event of the evening. This is what I drove 6 days to capture in over 3,000 miles, and it was time to test out just how far I could make it out with my new drone. Three kilometers later, and I was at this absolutely breathtaking iceberg. Now, being over 2 miles away means it takes a lot of battery just to get out there and back. Thus, I spent much of my time dedicated to focusing on the photography, and let me tell you, it was totally worth it because these are some of my favorite photos of the entire trip.
All right, while the photography from land was hard, photography from the drone probably worked out. The conditions were great. The light was really nice. Although the shot that I really wanted was having the sun in the background, but it kind of got diffused by the clouds, which honestly may work because I can't really get a great sun star on the drone anyways. So one of those shots probably worked. Regardless, got some really great footage, got a lot of smiles, having a great time. Today was another beautiful day. It rained in the evening, overnight. It rained this morning, was overcast, but the sun came out in the afternoon and it's just been a gorgeous, gorgeous evening. And I'm really glad I just got to actually see and photograph some of the icebergs. That's why we came all the way up here. And now I just have, 2 months to be up here chasing these guys. So I'm probably gonna slow down a little bit, maybe start to get some office work done. I have neglected a lot of the other things that I need to get done, because living on the road is, as much as I'd love to be out here every day just scouting and finding things, means I still have to do all the other stuff, like make money and things. Not that I do it very well, but I hope you've enjoyed the images. I hope you're enjoying this video so far. Consider liking the video if you are, but it's okay if you're not. Well, if you're this far in, you probably do. So thanks for watching, thanks for being here. All right, I'm gonna go get warm, get to sleep. See you soon.
The next 4 days were filled with a lot of overcast, rain, and fog. I spent a lot of time on my laptop, which was great for a day or two, but by the third day of frigid, wet weather, it was starting to tax me.
Oh, it's cold. Oh, it is cold. Oh, it's cold.
One of the downsides of living in my vehicle is I can't really do much inside besides sleep and maybe a few hours of watching something or working on my laptop until I get too uncomfortable to continue. Even though it was only around 0 degrees Celsius, the cold here just hits different. I've slept in much colder temperatures in Ross and felt okay, yet here, with the humidity and wind, it was really rough. All I wanted to do was photograph more icebergs, not turn into one. Thankfully, I eventually got my chance.
Okay, after 4 straight days of rain and overcast with no sun, it's finally sunny out. And to be honest, I kind of expected that. I knew. I am just glad I'm not getting pelted by wind and rain, which I'm sure is coming. The days we started this whole journey of all the sun, I was like, what's happening? What happened to Newfoundland? The Newfoundland that I know, that I left. and then it came back. Came to the spot here because I got word that there is an iceberg. I don't think I've ever been over here. We're about a little bit north of St. Anthony, and I can't see the iceberg from the town, but I kind of saw the top of it when I was driving in. See if it's accessible, see if we can actually see it. And I decided, I've been cooped up in a Tim Hortons for 40 freaking hours, so why not get a little walkie in? Oh, there it is. Obviously it's very tiny on the screen and probably a bit too far out there for my drone. No, I could probably make it. We could get out there. But the shape of the iceberg isn't necessarily what I'm looking for. I'm not gonna fly the drone now. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna get back in Ross and keep driving north to the spot that I shot the iceberg a few days ago, because there was just more of them there and they've moved, changed. I actually checked them out yesterday during overcast. I didn't take any photos because the conditions were absolutely terrible for it. And I was just hoping that I may have gotten a sunset last night and it started pouring rain. So that didn't happen. So let's get north. Let's go see what those are looking like. And regardless, this is much better than sitting in a Tim Hortons on my laptop.
After going back to where I got the first iceberg photos, I realized that sadly, the beautiful berg we captured previously was long gone, which is fascinating to remember that everything I capture here will never exist again. Meaning if you find a unique berg, you've got to try to get it immediately because it could change at any second. It was still too early for sunset, so the first drone mission was to figure out the shape of the new berg that looked promising, but was quite far away. It had some unique characteristics, but it didn't really sing to me like the iceberg that we had captured a couple days prior. But maybe, with some nice light, it won't really matter. It's better to have options than not take anything at all.
Which wavelets you're hanging on? I wanna know which light you keeping on. I wanna know whose side you're on. I wanna know you completely and turn on your TV.
Okay, we got one good flight out there. It's about 2 miles out there. Thankfully have enough signal, keeping line of sight with the drone and the Mavic 3. I would not be able to do that with the Mavic 2. But I'm walking back to my car really quick because I chopped one of my propellers landing on a rock because it just wouldn't let me move the Mavic as I was landing it. This was on one of the only flat surfaces I could find to launch the drone to go that way. When I landed it, for some reason, it came down and just went to the right as I was holding the joystick to the left. Right here, at this here propeller, got it pretty good. It'll still fly, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. I have extra, and I'm gonna keep this one as a just in case, something happens. Little things like that can cause problems when you're flying, use up the battery more, stuff like that.
After getting Roger fixed up with some new wings, it was time for sunset. The interesting thing about drone photography like this is that you have to really play on the timing of when to send it out. It takes nearly 10 minutes to get the drone out there and back. Thus, once you're out there, you want to have enough battery to sit and wait for the best light. Otherwise, you'll just find yourself having to come back too early and missing the light that you're out there to get. Sadly, this evening did not have the best light. We got a touch of contrasted light, but the skies were mostly clear, which didn't give us any great tones or burn off for those pink and purple hues in the clouds. And I also kind of struggled with composition of this big guy. It just wasn't working as well as the previous berg we found a few days ago. I made the best of it though, and of course, I'll share an image or two.
Put your records on, yeah. I wanna leave this cold place and keep you warm. I wanna be your shelter from the storm, yeah.
If you only hear one thing today, let it be this. You are on the right path. You're right on time. Don't stress over things you don't have control over. Everything will fall into place. Better doors will open, and you will not need to force them. It will happen so subtly, you will not even realize that it's finally happening. But it is happening. It will happen.
The past week has been tough. It's so funny because it's so contrasted to last week's video of coming up here. It was sunny almost every day. And then I went through, about 4 days of just overcast. And then we had that nice sunset to end the video on. But this video, I'm continuing on from just dealing with the overcast and rain. And it's tough. Like the cold here just hits different. Like we're almost in June and the highs here are 38. So that's like 2 degrees Celsius. But because it's such a moist, wet cold, I've been in like -10 Celsius, 15 degree Fahrenheit weather and felt warmer than I do here. And sleeping in here let's just say it's been taxing. Plus the rain and the overcast, there hasn't been much excitement for photography. Right now I'm out shooting some of this fog. The mood really actually enhances a lot of the colors in the icebergs. It creates some really nice ethereal images. But I haven't been getting that at all the last couple of days. It's just been either rain or overcast, but none of that nice overcast, if that makes any sense. And honestly, I'm just going a little stir crazy, not getting any sun or the feeling of just like getting out and just being out in nature because it's just been so frigid cold and wet and just miserable to be outside that I've basically just been cooped up in here or in a Tim Hortons just doing office work. But I'm trying to make the best of it. This episode is going to be interesting because it's going to be definitely challenging. It does not look like there's going to be any sunshine soon. But for now, I'm going to keep taking a couple of these moody images of these icebergs that are over here through my window that you can see right here and see what we can come up with right now. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for being here.
Time seems to slow down as the days of cold blur together here in Newfoundland. The area I'm driving around throughout this entire episode became internationally recognized back in the late 60s when they discovered a potential Viking presence here in the northern tip of Newfoundland. I say potential because the story is quite fascinating. Thus, instead of describing how cold I was over the next 7 days while you watch me wallow in my misery, I'd rather tell you the story of how this place was discovered. For many years, Vinland, which is written about in two different Norse sagas, the saga of Greenlanders and the saga of Eric the Red, had never been found. Vinland, meaning wineland, was speculated by historians to be called this because it was written that the Norse landed somewhere with wild berries. For many years, it was believed that Vinland had to be somewhere in North America, but there was no historical proof or evidence until 1960.
And it was to these same fjords that Dr. Helge Ingstad and his wife Anna Stina came in 1953 from their native Norway in a tiny boat. They were here to trace the journeys of the Norsemen who had come to Greenland so long before them.
Helge Ingstad was a Norwegian explorer with a colorful history that includes things like giving up his law practice in the 1920s to become an animal trapper in Canada's Northwest Territories, becoming the governor of Greenland, and then later the governor of Svalbard, where he met his wife, Anne, who later became an archaeologist. Eventually, his interest turned to trying to find Vinland, which he believed meant meadows rather than wineland. In the 1950s, he started exploring south of Greenland in an attempt to retrace the steps of the Norse people. In 1960, he docked in a fishing hamlet on the great northern tip of Newfoundland called L'Anse Meadows.
And then I came to this small settlement, L'Anse Meadows. Beautiful little place, very isolated. There was no road. The coastal boat didn't visit there, and the people lived completely by themselves, and there was an atmosphere as maybe 100 years ago. And there I met some of the finest people I ever met in my life, friendly, hospitable.
The spokesman for the community was George Decker, a fisherman who had lived there all his life.
He was kind of a leader then. Asked him the questions I always asked, and I had been disappointed so many times. And then he answered right away, yes, there is some ruins here, follow me. Then he pointed to something, and there it was.
The mounds closely resembled the same layout and design of Norse buildings all the way back in Norway. This was it. Or was it?
They arrived in early June with only a short summer ahead of them.
Some summers were very bad, very cold and wet, and every day brought new excitements. So I didn't have time to think too much about the weather or my personal feelings.
This finding wasn't enough proof to change history, and thus over the next 7 summers from 1961 to 1968, Anne and Helga led a team of archaeologists in excavating the site in hopes of any undeniable proof that Vikings did land here. It took a couple of years, but eventually they found artifacts such as whetstones, a bone knitting needle, and a part of a spindle. However, the most important discovery was a bronze ringed pen, as it was the undeniable proof necessary that this was in fact a Norse settlement. Later excavations during the 70s also found butternut, which does not grow in Newfoundland, thus giving signs that the Norse likely did make it as far south as New Brunswick or even Maine. L'Anse Meadows went on to become the first UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1978 and ultimately redefined history to show European presence in North America 500 years before explorers such as Christopher Columbus and John Cabot. Okay, I hope you enjoyed that brief history lesson. Now, where were we on our own adventure here in Newfoundland? Ah, yes, wet and cold.
All right, time to get some dinner. I'm miserable. I just sat in Tim Hortons, hung out with Gavin and Amanda a little bit. We're up to some shenanigans here.
The rain coming off of it's quite good.
Ahoy, matey! She's off! Gonna go grab dinner, go back to Tim Hortons, keep working. But like, it is just 33 degrees when I go to bed. It's 33 degrees in the middle of the night. It's 33 degrees in the middle of the day. It's the middle of the day. 7 days, no sun. Tomorrow there's supposed to be sun. All right, dinner's done. Back to the office. Ugh. God. Now I know you guys can't see it, but it is fucking cold. It's like 26 degrees out right now. That's like -3 Celsius. It's awful, but at least I have here to work.
Like many other evenings, I spent it working inside the local Tim Hortons. Even though the conditions are not pleasant outside, I am thankful for places like this where I can spend most of my day in a warm building, mingle with locals, and ultimately be able to create the videos that you're watching right now.
All right, 11 o'clock, time to leave the Thames, and it is still raining. So, cross your fingers for tomorrow. Oh, it's fucking cold. We see some sunshine. Oh my God. Oh, well, at least it's not raining. It's cold though. Ooh. All right. Here we go again.
Less than 10 hours later, and I'm right back in the same spot. But it is happening. Today, it will happen.
Oh my God, there's actually a light outside and it's not raining. So, we're gonna take a little departure from Thames here and honestly just drive around. Just drive around, soak up a little bit of sunshine, and see if we can find some photography to shoot. Since this is technically a photography channel, and all I've been doing is whining on this episode. So, there is some sunshine out. As you can tell, it's still mostly overcast, but there is sunlight. And it is not raining, and currently it's not incredibly windy, although it comes and goes. We're coming back to the spot that I came to, oh my goodness, probably in last week's episode. Honestly, it's all kind of a blur. I've been here for about 8-9 days now. I've just been cooped up in that Tim Hortons. But I'm hopeful for sunset tonight. We're going up this hill here to see if there is a iceberg. Oh yeah, look at this. That's a big one. And it's pretty close. It only looks about probably maybe a mile. Oh yeah, hell yeah. All right, well, I'm gonna let the light get a little bit better. I'm gonna get the drone up in the air. Man, it feels good. Feels like it's been forever. I mean, it really looks like it's been maybe 6 days, but whew, time seems to go slow with that Tim Hortons, I'm gonna tell you what. Yes, okay, woohoo. Can't believe I'm saying this in June, but I'm gonna grab my long johns so that when I'm standing out there, I'm not freezing.
I've heard the songs of summer singing, like a humming in June.
I recently read a passage that resonated with me, and I feel like this is a good moment to share it. Everyone talks about showing up every single day and doing the work, but no one talks about how sometimes it takes every ounce of you to do so. Everyone tells you to keep going, but no one talks about the courage it takes to persevere when you are this close to giving up. Everyone tells you to be gentle with yourself, but no one talks about how hard it is when your thoughts have become your worst enemy. Everyone talks about self-love, but no one mentions the inner chaos you must confront first due to all the times you were told you're not good enough and were constantly compared to others. So, if you're struggling to keep up with all the external voices dictating what you should be doing right now, know that you're not weak. In fact, you're being your strongest self at this moment. Focus on taking only the step ahead of you. You've come a long way, and that means everything.
Someplace there on feathered wings, 100 worlds I could give up.
Okay, flew the drone. Wasn't intending to really get anything crazy for photography, but what's really good to do is scout the iceberg to see what the shape is, how it's gonna look in photos before the light is good. So we're just midday right now. It's still overcast. The sun is peering through a little bit here and there, which can work, but it's very, very intermittent. It's not like some nice storm light. So that was more of a reconnaissance mission, and now I'm gonna actually leave here and drive around some more to see what the state of the other icebergs are, because they pretty much change every day, especially after a lot of wind and rain, which is what's been going on. So this one wasn't even here the last time we were here, if you remember. Gonna get on the road, go see what the other icebergs that you could see in some of the footage looked like. You can see them all the way off in the distance and see if we can get to any of those. This one was only about a mile out, which is actually perfect. Doesn't take too long to get there. The wind wasn't too bad once I was out there as well. So hoping that we actually get some sun for sunset tonight and we find a nice iceberg to shoot. Because the very first day I was here, I got some great photos. Just the color tones were good, and I just want a little bit more of that before we leave, because after tonight and tomorrow, probably heading out and going to Labrador. So I think that those that you can see out the window are remnants of the one that I shot last week that I'll put on the screen right now, which is kind of cool. And then off in the very far distance over there, you can see that huge guy way out there. And I can't tell if that's the one we've already photographed, but man, that one is huge. Probably about 2 miles out, but I'm gonna note that one down because that one definitely has potential. It's really tall. It almost looks like a mountain. And then I'm gonna keep driving a little bit and see if there's any other new ones. This is so fun because they're always different. They always change. And it's just, I don't know, there's something about it. I mean, I have waited around for a week. That's what we're up here for. So, iceberg hunting. Okay, we have scouted most of the spots for the icebergs, but right now I'm just enjoying the views. It's still about 35 degrees out. Probably with the wind chill and stuff, it's probably below freezing. So it's still freaking cold even though it's June. I actually did this really fun thing. Well, it was more traumatizing than anything else. But I did this fun thing where I looked around all the spots in the northern hemisphere, northern Norway, Fairbanks, Alaska, Prudhoe Bay, places I've been to, and all of them were warmer than here. And I was like, oh, I guess I'm just in one of the coldest places in North America right now. So cross your fingers. Thanks for being here. Thanks for tuning in. These formations of rocks just coming out of the water here are super cool. They're all these like very sharp. I bet that's like super sharp. Woo! Oh. I guess this piece of popcorn was stuck in my jacket from when I was eating earlier. That's embarrassing. Nah.
After grabbing some dinner, I went back to where some of the small bits of the iceberg were washing up on the shore.
Nice little pieces of glacier. I wouldn't call them ice yet, but still a bit icebergy, I guess. Way off in the distance, you can see that giant iceberg out there. I shot a few shots of it, but I honestly think it might be a little too far to fly the drone. It's on the cusp, but right now there's this giant cloud that's gonna block the sunset. However, the colors in the distance are really nice, so I shot a few telephoto shots of it way off in the distance with some of those colors. Don't necessarily think it's anything crazy, but I just feel good to have the camera out taking a few shots. What I am really enjoying is I'm also shooting some really detailed shots of this piece right here, really close up. We're talking like 600, 700 mil, because I'm shooting with the R7 here. I'm getting this there's this nice line whoop, right through the frame. And then behind it, some really cool ice textures that are underneath that. And there's kind of like this nice blue glow. One thing I have to be careful of is, as you can tell, these are moving. So my shutter speed has to be just high enough to capture or make it where that movement is still, sharp. It's definitely more of an abstract pattern and definitely more of a detailed shot rather than these big giant shots with the sun. But considering these are the conditions, I'm just happy to be taking some photos. I hope you're as excited as I am about the sun tomorrow. You're probably not, because you're sitting at home, probably warm. It's very cold if the ice doesn't give it away.
Somewhere far, the birds are flying.
All right, so I just took about 400 shots of this piece of ice. I know I've been cooped up too long. Also, there was a bird flying around and I just started talking to it. I actually waved at it. Okay, I don't know why I'm telling you this. I think I'm going crazy. Anyways, I shot like 400 shots of this piece of ice because basically, as you can tell, let me see if I can get it to focus. As you can tell, this piece of ice has this little overhanging pattern. But what I was doing is I was actually shooting just the wall of ice underneath that with the water below it. So it basically was just a line of ice in the line of water. The reflections in the water are really cool because it was kind of capturing some of the atmosphere above, but then the blue ice behind it looks really nice. But specifically, the reason I was taking 400 shots is because of that overhang right here that you can see. There's little water dripping off the top of it into the water where my frame is. So basically, I'm just sitting there on high speed, holding down the shutter, hoping that I get one of the little droplets, and I have like 400 shots of the same water level, ice, and water below that I don't even know if I got a good water droplet. But I know I got at least one decent shot because from the back of the camera, the abstracts look pretty cool. So I'm gonna show you one of those regardless. And then tomorrow morning, sunrise. The sun better be out or else, or I'm gonna go crazy. But tomorrow is supposed to be sun. So regardless, I'm gonna try to go around shoot some sunrise stuff, shoot during the day. We're gonna choose some icebergs and see what we can make of it. I'm pretty stoked. I'm very cold right now, so I'm gonna go get in Ross and get warm. Here's the image. Thanks for being here. Thanks for tuning in. Morning, everyone. It is very early. I realized that waking up at 4:15 here is like waking up 2:45 Eastern time. It's early. It's looking like a beautiful morning. The moon is up. The sun is coming up in about 25 minutes. We gotta get over here, get out here to see this iceberg and get the drone up in the air. Now, the trick is, if I launch too early, then I'm just sitting out there, not getting the light and the conditions that I want. If I launch too late, well, then I'm too late. And I'm not out there when the sun is coming up. It's a bit of a game, and the benefit is definitely having a new drone since the last time I was here, where I have almost triple the battery life than I once did. Weirdly enough, is one of the most important things when flying a drone. So I'm gonna try to time it right, get the drone up in the air, get it out there, and be ready for the conditions that we're hoping for. I'm hoping these clouds don't block the sun, because there's a nice slit on the horizon that I think it'll poke through.
Time continues to feel slow here in Newfoundland. While this video has been condensed into a small chunk of time, in real time it's been 10 days since my last sunrise or sunset. The vulnerable truth is, I was really mentally struggling at this point. You watch me physically struggling with the conditions, but what it didn't show is the mental weight I was feeling being stuck inside. After a week of pushing myself out of bed into the cold, with the only thing to look forward to that day was another 10 to 12 hour laptop session in that loud, chaotic Tim Hortons. Don't get me wrong, my overall sentiment of being here is immense gratitude, happiness, and joy to get to do what I'm doing. However, this stretch of frigid, unusable conditions really taxed me, questioning if I should even be here, wondering if I'm making a big mistake trying this new video format, feeling like I'm not getting any desirable work or photos with my time here, and just wondering when the clouds are going to clear to provide some clarity within it all. If you only hear one thing today, let it be this: you are on the right path. You're right on time. Don't stress over things you don't have control over. Everything will fall into place.
Okay, we got some absolutely beautiful footage there. Might have even gotten a photo or two. I won't know until I get on the computer. That's just the lay of the land when it comes to photography. But I'm currently returning it to home so that I can get another battery in there. The problem is the sun went behind this giant cloud, as I probably showed on the screen or am showing now, and the light is pretty much gone. But what I'm gonna do is bring it home, change out the battery, switch out the memory card so that in case something happens, I at least have that memory card, and then wait for the sun to kind of start peering through again and see if the light is still nice enough to shoot. I even got a moon shot. It was just a beautiful morning. Finally, I got to see the sun. I got to be up for sunrise, and it's not raining or snowing, sideways with wind, and it's just an absolutely beautiful morning. It's crazy because the temperature right now is the same as it's technically been listed, but I am way warmer because there's basically no wind. It's like literally night and day difference. It's absolutely crazy. Okay, I'm gonna land this, get the other one in the air, and stay tuned. Come on, Roger. Yep, my drone's name is Roger. You made it back. Another successful mission. Look, when you're alone all the time, you got to talk to your stuff.
We all talk to our stuff, right? Anyways, this was such a sudden rush of relief and energy that I desperately needed. Standing out in the sun, doing one of the things I love the most. trying to take pictures of the beauty of nature. I say trying because this chonker of an iceberg was hard to photograph. There was definitely potential here, but drone photography is unlike any other genre of photography. I'm miles offshore staring at a 5-inch screen in the bright sun, and every second of battery life counts. Unlike most landscape photography, drone photography happens in seconds. There's nothing slow about it, especially when you're trying to think outside the box and find shots while filming at the same time. I came away with a few images that were unlike anything I had captured thus far, and this was only the beginning of such an absolutely beautiful day.
Moonlight mirror through the trees, an angel's face in front of me, in time and spaces, tapestry steady folding. A lover's voice through the sash, my heart is finally found. It's crashing through my chest, every beat like that steady drumming. I am yours to keep, my love. I am yours to keep. I am yours to keep, my love. I am yours.
All right, so I made it all of 10 minutes before finding something else to photograph, but that's not a bad problem to have. Something that I'm trying to get much better at is noticing the fine details, the abstract, the stuff that I wouldn't normally have seen earlier on when I was shooting nature or landscape photography. And as I was walking back down to the car, I noticed these small little ponds here have these fractals of ice on them. And it's just creating some really cool designs as the sun is coming over the hill and illuminating a little bit, because it's shallow enough that you could see everything inside, and there's this little rock right here that is just getting perfectly illuminated, hopefully before the sun starts to melt it away, which it's already doing right over here on the edge of the frame. So I'm going to take a few more of those shots. I'll show you my favorite one, or two, if I like multiple. Photography. You can't ever stop learning. There's always something new.
Like a river through the hills, forever keeping promises, and it always will. Though the days may turn and the strong tree falls, it's steady gold.
Considering how early sunrise was, I was exhausted on very little sleep, so it was time to recharge my batteries and Ross's batteries. One benefit of it being so cold is that over the last week or so, running my fridge was almost unnecessary, but I definitely still needed a recharge.
All right, good evening, everyone. After a nice day of napping, some office work, and just sitting in the sun, we're back out for sunset, hunting for icebergs, seeing what's changed, see what we're gonna find to shoot. Stay tuned. We're driving around looking for some right now. I just spotted a giant one that we're gonna go see if we can get to. Okay, so we're taking a bit of a gamble here because this giant iceberg, multiple giant icebergs, I could see over these hills, but the only way to get there, or even see if they're close enough to get the drone out, is to go on this hike. So we're on this hike, we're going as fast as I can to get up there, because if I can't get to anything or I can't see anything, I gotta race back down to try to get to a place I can get to. So I gotta get up there, cross your fingers. I'm a little excited, haven't been up here before. See if we can see these giant bergs. Ooh, it's gonna be muddy. I would just like to admit that the Mary Browns that I had for dinner earlier, I'm really feeling it right now. That's a big berg though. Might be the one we fly to, but I gotta get to the top of the hill, see what's on the other side. Whew. All right, there's one smaller one there. There's one there. There's two giant ones off in the distance. But I think the one that we have the most likelihood of flying to and has the biggest, nicest shapes is that one. So I think that's the one we're gonna go for. But man, I can see all the way to the end of the island, all the way to the tip out there. Holy, what a beautiful day.
Another day, another iceberg. Or in this case, 9 days. If you've been following along so far, you know that this first mission out is to get an idea of what the iceberg looks like. Almost like I'm walking up to a scene and trying to find compositions. With travel time, one battery only gives me about 10 to 15 minutes of time out there, depending on the wind. I almost came to Newfoundland with only 2 batteries, which would have been a huge mistake. Thankfully, I picked up a third literally on my way here. I actually cut this mission short so that I could return home quickly and get the drone back into the air as fast as I could, because the light was getting to prime time and I wanted as much time out there as possible.
All right, so the drone is way out there, that iceberg, 2 miles, 3 kilometers away, and the signal is so strong when I'm facing it that we're good to go. It's more of a battery life issue to make sure I can get back. But if I just do this, where I am in between the controller and the drone, it loses signal. Absolutely gorgeous out there. This is a really interesting iceberg. It's got 3 pieces. There's a hole in one. They've all got these nice jagged edges, and I'm really excited to capture more photos and video. But right now I'm waiting for the sun to go down just a little bit and kind of just letting my drone sit out there so I'm not using a bunch of battery because it's gonna take a lot to get back. It's gonna be a beautiful, beautiful sunset. Not many clouds in the sky, but hopefully we get some nice afterburn, some nice pinks and stuff like that. Also, this is the first time I've ever filmed at 200 mil. I don't even know if I'm in focus. My camera is way over there, but I'm having a great time. It's an absolutely gorgeous, gorgeous evening, and this view is just absolutely incredible. I wish you guys were all here with me right now. It's just such a 9 days of no sun, and it's like I'm born again. All right, I'm gonna focus on this. I'm gonna stop that. I gotta run all the way back. Oh boy. It's like a kid in a candy store though.
Through the hills, forever keeping promises, and it always will. Though the days may turn and the strong tree falls, it's steady going. I am yours to keep, my love. I am yours to keep. I am yours to keep, my love. I am yours. Yeah, I am yours to keep, my love.
I brought Roger back in, started to pack up, filmed an entire outro for the evening, and realized that the colors in the sky were beautiful enough to scrap it all and send them out one more time. And it was at this moment that I'm reminded of exactly how we started this video. You are on the right path. You're right on time. Don't stress over the things you don't have control over. Everything will fall into place.
Yeah, I am yours to keep, my love. I am yours to keep. I am yours to keep, my love. I am
What a gorgeous, beautiful, dang good looking evening it is. Currently bringing Roger home. Let's see if I can shut Roger up real quick. Yeah, best feature of the new drone. Not really, but pretty much being able to mute that. Absolutely beautiful evening. Thank you for joining me along here. Thank you for being here. It's just been, oh man, today has been the day that I needed. So I hope that it comes through in video and that you're enjoying this as much as I am. I doubt it, considering I hadn't seen the sun in so long, but absolutely gorgeous. Let's see if we can get Roger home safe and sound, and I'll see you in the morning. Later. Where are you at, buddy? Oh, I was recording that whole time. Shoot. All right, good morning, everyone. As you can tell, it is not sunrise. I woke up for sunrise, and and it was just clear blue skies. And as much as I could photograph in that, I have photographed in that, too much. That's why I was like, I'm not really feeling it. I wasn't super motivated because of all the shots of the icebergs that I've already taken have pretty much been in clear blue skies type conditions. So I just slept in. I went back to bed. It was nice and warm in my bed. It was very cold outside. And that's okay. Sometimes you got to do that. Sometimes you need to be like, nah, not this morning. But for now, I'm doing one of my favorite things, which is showering after 4 days of not showering. And I am excited because I am crusty and smelly and words that you don't want to hear through the screen.
After a much-needed shower and some office work, I went and explored around for new iceberg developments and stumbled upon this little scene.
Okay, so right outside my window right now is a mom, I think, and a young moose. Both eating. Right there. They're huge. They are absolutely massive. They don't look like it on this screen, but they're about as tall as my car. At least the mom is. I'm just sitting silently in my car to not scare them. The car's off. Just parked here. I'm gonna keep taking some shots.
Newfoundland has the highest density of moose in all of North America, which is ironic considering they were not introduced into the island until 1904 successfully. The word successfully is important here because if you Google moose in Newfoundland, many websites are going to tell you 1904. But it was actually earlier than this, in 1878, that the government of Newfoundland introduced a bull and cow moose from Nova Scotia. But like many arranged marriages, there was no romance between these two. Thus, the estimated 150,000 moose on the island of Newfoundland are all descendants of the 4 imported moose from New Brunswick that happened in 1904. There's been little historical research into why moose were introduced, and it's commonly concluded that they wanted to introduce big game to the island during the 19th century. Moose have provided a valuable food source on the island and generated cultural traditions to Newfoundlanders throughout the province over the last 100 years.
Absolutely incredible. All right, so from this direction, it's looking like a nice little day. And then you look in this direction, and it's just like, wait, this is the same place?
The weather was predicting a good sunset this evening, and as you can see, well, that didn't happen. Looking back, maybe I should have motivated myself a bit more to shoot that blue sky sunrise, but alas, I can't do anything about it now.
All right, good evening, everyone. I just sent Roger out to this really far iceberg from last night. The conditions are completely different. As you can tell, it is very overcast, but there's this nice line of color back there. The problem is, I got him out there, and the wind is way too strong. So as soon as I got him out there, my battery just plummeted, and I was a bit too concerned that I wouldn't be able to get him back. So I only got maybe a shot or two, just a few quick things. I mean, the reality is I don't think I'm gonna like any of these images of that particular iceberg better than what I got the other evening. This really close iceberg is actually really cool though, because you can actually see pretty far into the water. So I think I might fly again and just go to that one. It's only about 2,000 feet away, whereas the far one is about 10,000 feet away, so about 2 miles. Basically, as soon as I land the drone and bring it back, I already start charging up the battery here. Okay, time to get the drone back in the air. Let this guy charge up.
Heartbeat in the quiet, spotlight in an empty room, a song in the silence.
The wind was quite relentless out there, which was providing some really nice wave action, but also making it quite hard to fly the drone. I tried to use the movement in the water to my advantage, but taking longer exposures for a device that's literally flying in the wind isn't a great recipe for sharp images. While these conditions aren't great for big dynamic light, they do result in some nice black and white images. At least that was my hope when I took them. You be the judge and let me know what you think in the comments down below.
tired, so I put away the drone for the evening. The wind was just too crazy, not worth the risk. Conditions aren't great. And I'm trying some telephoto shots because there's this little stage right here, this new little stage, and it perfectly aligns, probably gonna be hard to see in this shot, but it perfectly aligns with the iceberg in the background where I can shoot with it right above the roof. And it creates this really cool symmetrical composition. And sometimes there's these birds that fly off in the distance in front of it, because the shot that I think I've come to is I'm taking a 2-second exposure. And basically what's happening is that 2-second exposure, there's a lot of wind, is really breaking up all of this monotony in the water, because when I shoot a still frame that I'll put on the screen now, all of that water just looks really harsh. But when I shoot the 2-second shot, you can see that it smooths all of that out and you look right at the subject. It really brings the focus into the subject of this stage. The problem is, because it's a 2-second exposure on, what am I shooting at, about 140 mil, the background is a little shaky. So what I'm doing is, because I'm shooting f/16 for that 2-second exposure, I'm shooting all the way down to f4 and then getting about a 1/20th of a second exposure just for the background, and then I'm going to blend those two together. And that should bring basically what is kind of a busy image, even though there's not a whole lot going on in it, really focused in with this, gray, dull light going on, and create more of a minimalist shot, even using the iceberg in the background. Tomorrow morning, we head to Labrador, so we got to get on the ferry, cross over, and then we're going to drive up the coast of Labrador. I think it's going to be a cool place I've never been. I have a sneaking suspicion that it's going to be very similar to what this place looks like, but hopefully we'll find some icebergs over there.
Before my very eyes anew, stories being written brand new.
All right, good morning, everyone. We are headed to Labrador, a place I haven't been to before. Now, Labrador is part of the Newfoundland province. It's Newfoundland and Labrador. However, land-wise, Newfoundland is the island in the northeast, and Labrador is the area next to Quebec and Greenland. So we're going to travel up there. It is pretty remote. Like, I had to look to make sure I could get gas some of the places that I was going. So we'll have to wait and see what that's going to be like. But we're on the hunt for icebergs, just like we were up here in the north part of Newfoundland. But I don't think it's going to look totally different than where I just came from, but it is going to be a new area that I'm excited to go explore, see what we can come up with, and take you along for the ride. So let's dive in and get started.
Lovely, where have you been? Haven't seen you.
As I crossed the Strait of Belle Isle, I reviewed a few of my images from the last few weeks and contemplated what else I'd hoped to find in the coming days of my exploration to Labrador. I was mostly happy with the iceberg images I had captured thus far, especially given the conditions of the last week or so. Yet, I wanted more, which always seems to be the sentiment of an artist. Actually, I guess you could say, it's what humans continually strive for in general. The pursuit of finding satisfaction never seems to end. Why is that? Why is it that no matter how much we accomplish or the goals that we cross, there's always another finish line to reach? I think about this a lot. I've made a few videos that even touch on the subject, specifically defining our success. Because in many ways you could say accomplishing your goals makes you successful. If I think about it too much, I start to get that sense of existential dread. You know the one, typically associated with contemplating our own existence, realizing just how small we are in the universe. That's a different mental crisis for another video though. Think about it though. If you realize this cycle never ends, as soon as we catch that carrot ahead of us, we already want another carrot. So why even try? What's the point if we just never feel content no matter what? Right now, for example, I think about how focused I am on having a financial year where I don't end up in the red. And I think to myself, imagine, I suddenly earned 6 figures this year. A sense of relief washes over me. Finally. And the more I think about it, the more I realize that as soon as I cross that finish line, I'm already thinking about what's next. More subscribers? Winning a photography contest? Getting married? Or having children? I spend a lot of hours trying to remind myself of how far I've come without dismissing the hills that I've climbed. Yet it's almost as if the thing driving me to always push, to explore and grow myself more, to be out here in the middle of nowhere just to see where the road leads, that once I find what's over that hill, or lay in that green grass on the other side, I'm already thinking about the next hill to climb, or imagining what kind of grass might be out there. It's a blessing to keep me going, and a burden to never let me stop. Food for thought. Anywho, we've made it to our destination.
Thank you.
I don't have much of a plan here in Labrador. The goal is to head up to Mary's Harbor and explore around a little bit. The weather is a mix of light rain and lots of overcast throughout the entire day. Basically what it's been the majority of the time I've been up here. I'm excited to see what we find though, as I feel like this is one of the most unexplored spots that I've been to thus far in my travels.
Oh, look at that little guy. A little porcupine. Cute.
Labrador is part of the Newfoundland province, but only has 6% of their population, roughly 26,000 people, which would put it at less than the Yukon, Northwest Territories, and even Nunavut. Some of the road you'll see me driving on wasn't even paved until 2022, which has been an ongoing project since the 1970s. Things really do move slow around here.
Where have you been? Haven't seen you since I don't know when. Guess it's where the wind has blown.
A couple of fun facts about Labrador that I wanted to share are, well, the first one being, there's not a lot of fun facts about Labrador. But yes, if you've been wondering, the dog breed known as a Labrador Retriever, or just Labradors, get their name from the province of Labrador. They originated from a breed known as the St. John's Water Dog that were imported to the UK from Newfoundland and needed a name. Thus, they called it the Labrador. Another cool fact is that during World War II, a German U-boat set up an automated weather station here named Weather Station Kurt, which is the only known armed German military operation on the North American mainland during the war. It apparently only broadcast weather for a few days, but more impressively, it wasn't discovered until 1977. Mary's Harbor, which is where we're headed, has a population of 312 people. Something I always ponder when visiting these places is just how different life must be. On one hand, you have all the basics like electricity, food supply, and even Starlink now, which for me personally is a huge one. Modern internet in the middle of nowhere. But you're also so removed from all the consumerisms of daily life. There's no Amazon Prime or Walmart. There's not an REI or a mall to randomly walk into and buy a bunch of clothes. Need a new hard drive for data backup? Need a new lens for your camera? That'll probably take a couple weeks. Honestly, it doesn't sound all too bad, getting away from all the access to stuff. I also think to myself, could I do it? Could I survive in such a place? Well, of course I could survive, but could I be happy? I'd like to think so sometimes, especially now with the access to modern internet. However, the moment I realize I'm visiting in the nice months and thinking about how harsh the long winters are in a place like this, I snap back to reality and think, okay, maybe life on the road isn't so bad.
All right, we've made it to Mary's Harbor, which is the furthest point we're going north here in Labrador. And my plan was to take this boat ride, ferry ride, over to a place called Battle Harbor to see this historic area. However, I just checked the dates and it doesn't start until June 1st. It's currently May 29th. That means I'd have to wait tomorrow and the next day to go on Saturday. Today is Wednesday. And I don't really know if I want to sit up here for 2 or 3 days just waiting to do that. It didn't necessarily come up here for that. I actually came up here to photograph some more icebergs. But the reality is I got up here and the lay of the land is we're pretty far out from sea, even though when you look on a map, it doesn't necessarily look like you're that far out. It looks like you could probably see some icebergs. But I didn't see any in the bay when I flew the drone. So I think what I'm going to do is tomorrow wake up, kind of explore around, ask around, see if there's any earlier boats, any other boats going or anything like that. And just explore the area a little bit and then maybe hit the road again, maybe go if we can find something. I don't know yet, but stay tuned for that. As you can tell, there's not going to be much of a sunset tonight, so not really shooting anything for that. But the adventure continues tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for being here. Thanks for watching.
Before we start tomorrow's adventure, let me tell you a bit of history about this place. Mary's Harbor was developed mostly as a result of a fire wiping out Battle Harbor, which is the island that I planned to visit but couldn't get to. Believe it or not, Battle Harbor was once known as the capital of Labrador, as it was the main hub and gateway for those seeking to fish in the resource-rich waters of Labrador. A fire in 1930 decimated much of the island, which resulted in most of the community relocating to what is now Mary's Harbor. There's quite a bit of history here, and it truly feels like I'm going back in time when visiting a place like this.
All right, good morning, everyone. Last night there was a nice thunderstorm, so I got to go to sleep to the sound of the rain hitting the top of Ross. And it was honestly super peaceful. This morning it was still pretty overcast, but the sun is now coming through. And yeah, we're not making it to the island. I guess I came here just a couple days too early, but it's mostly my fault since I didn't really research a lot of this before getting here because it was not my priority. So, there's not a whole lot of icebergs or anything to take photographs of here. So we're going to explore a little bit further north to a road, the 513 Iceberg Alley. I don't think there's going to be a bunch of icebergs on it, but I want to go up there since I'm up here anyways and just explore around. And then we're probably going to head to Red Bay and go take a boat ride to a little historic spot as well today. The weather seems pretty nice, kind of windy. We're on the road. Let's see what we can find when we get up there, see if there's anything. Again, there's no way to research what any of this stuff looks like, so I just have to go and see it for myself, which is what we're going to do.
Well, the sun didn't stay out for long. A woman I met here told me that if I don't like the weather out my front door, to look out the back door, which I absolutely tried, but sadly I was surrounded in Ross. The weather looked more promising to the south, but first I wanted to explore around a bit more up here before leaving, so I decided to take this dirt road to St. Louis. No, not that St. Louis. This one is this small community, but apparently it's also the most easternly permanent community in mainland North America.
There's a million trails to get where you're going. You set your sails, you find a deeper ocean. You're just beginning. And this boat you've been rowing is only gonna take you where the river is flowing. Yeah, it's flowing. It might be today, maybe tomorrow. It's 1 foot down, let the other one follow. Keep going.
I arrived and got the drone in the air in the hopes of finding an iceberg or two. There were a few, but quite far away, and nothing too impressive, especially in this light.
When you look around, feel like you don't fit in, just run your own race, no matter who's winning. There's no winning.
No luck for photographing icebergs here, and with the conditions like these, it was time to hit the road and head back south to Red Bay in hopes of finding some sunshine. But first, I gotta do that thing we all dread doing. Travel notes, May 30th, 2024. If you died tomorrow, did you love yourself today? Don't take life for granted. In the blink of an eye, everything can change. So forgive often and love with all of your heart. You'll never know if you've had the chance to do it again. Just because your life isn't perfect doesn't mean you're failing. Recognize how far you've come. Remember that you're living in at least one answered prayer right now. You might not have it all, but at one point you wished for the things that you have now. Whether it's being where you want to be, having the career you want to have, finding the partner you hope to find, or overcoming fears of your past. How much easier would your life get if you finally took a break from wondering what you could be doing better and took a step back to appreciate how well you've been doing? When I said to forgive often and love with all of your heart, that includes you. Tomorrow isn't guaranteed.
You know, doing dishes on the road is a right pain in the butt. And I like orange juice, but orange juice leaves glasses, pretty dirty. So a great way to avoid doing dishes and still drink orange juice is just drink it straight from the bottle. No one else is drinking out of it. Little pro-life tip for traveling on the road.
After some orange juice, progress in my audiobook, Geddy Lee's autobiography, if you're wondering, in a couple hours driving south, we have reached a break in the clouds as we near our destination of Red Bay. Thank goodness, because I'll take any sunshine I can get. The trade-off for such beautiful midday light was the wind. But that was a trade I was willing to take.
Okay, so we've made it to Red Bay, but I am currently hiding behind this building so I could talk to you because it is quite windy. But the lighting right now is my favorite type of midday light, especially out here on the coast. It's just got this nice touches of gold hue and almost this sparkle or atmosphere in the air which is great for midday light. And it just creates this nice little hazy look on some of the images. So what I'm gonna do is just walk around here with my R7, my 18 to 35, which is 28 to 55, and then just walk around and take some scenes that feel like Labrador or Newfoundland to me. And probably won't be able to talk to you too much just because the wind is, if I step out here, the wind is pretty crazy. Yeah. So let's go see what we can find.
Looking back on all the years I've spent, thinking about the places that I've been. Have I wasted time? I know I will never get back. At the end of the day, I still gotta live with that. You think I would've learned by now, watching as it all played out. I keep on falling down, get back up and do it again.
All right, I went to have some dinner and warm up, and I came back out here and I was like, oh great, the wind has kind of died down. And I'm still here for sunset. The only problem is the conditions are much more gray and overcast now than they were about an hour ago. You know, that's Newfoundland for you. Well, honestly, that could be a lot of coastal areas, but definitely seems to be par for the course. So I don't know if I'm going to get anything for sunset. And the guy that takes people across to this thing wasn't here today, or at least I didn't see him. So I couldn't go across.
On the surface, Red Bay looks and feels like any other small fishing town I've passed by here in Labrador. However, it gets far more visitors because it's considered one of the most precious underwater archaeological sites in the Americas. During the 16th and 17th centuries, this area was a major Basque whaling spot, and several whaling ships, both small and large, sank here in Red Bay. Enough in fact that Red Bay became a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 2013. These sites were crucial in understanding the development of Basque ships from the 16th century while also helping paint a picture of the history of whaling in the area. The Basques were among the first people to catch whales commercially and dominated the trade for over 400 years. That was until they started teaching others their knowledge and nearly pushed bowhead and right whales to extinction. At the peak, around 20 to 30 ships were sent to Newfoundland each year from Spain or France. These ships would return with 6,000 to 9,000 barrels of whale oil to Europe every year. It's estimated that on average, each ship would catch roughly 20 whales per year. It didn't take long for such hunting to cause a decline in the whale populations, and even by the end of the 16th century, it was becoming apparent. These excursions still carried on for more than 100 years as other nations started commercially whaling, but eventually reaching an end when it wasn't lucrative anymore. After flying the drone, I headed back further south and passed by what looked like a decommissioned road. Curiously, I turned around and decided to drive down it. I didn't find much, but I did run into this little guy. I wonder if they're related to the one that I saw yesterday. Back on the road, and as you can see, the sun decided to hide behind some clouds again. Thankfully, as I got closer to the coast, it cleared up a bit. I even managed to get a bit of a sunset on this beautiful coastal road that I decided to turn down. This lighthouse, known as the Point Armour Lighthouse, is the second tallest lighthouse in Canada. One thing that I thought was interesting when I did a little research was that from 1879 to 1963, the lighthouse only had 3 lightkeepers: Matthew Wyatt, Thomas Wyatt, and Jeff Wyatt. Talk about a family tradition.
We have parked for the evening where we're gonna sleep right here. We are not too far from the ferry. But right there, that little bright light you can see. Didn't stay here very long, didn't expect to. People were great. The weather was about what I would expect. And all things considered, a lot of history, but not a whole lot going on in terms of things to do or see outside of if I just wanted to stick around and wait for better weather, wait for an iceberg to pass by or something along those lines. But I'm really glad I came. It was really cool. There's definitely so much history of whaling. And then I also just passed where that scene of the lighthouse and stuff was a burial ground from 8,000 years ago. Insane. First thing we gotta do is wake up pretty early to get on this ferry. What's really interesting is right there, that ferry is technically in Quebec, but I'm standing in Labrador still. And the problem is, when you cross over that line, there's an hour and a half difference time zone wise. So my phone has automatically crossed over, but the ferry is on Newfoundland time, so that means that the 8 a.m. ferry in Newfoundland time is 6:30 my phone time, meaning I gotta, it's just annoying. I gotta make sure that I set the right time because my phone is switched to a time that, it doesn't matter. We gotta make sure we get on it. Worst case scenario, if I accidentally sleep in, there's another ferry later that day. Okay, sleep. All right, good morning, everyone. Got a bit of a travel dilemma this morning. That is, once I get off this ferry back onto the island, I have to decide if I want to go back north to St. Anthony or head east on the island. The difference is, heading north means probably more icebergs, if that's my objective. Heading east probably means far less chance of any icebergs. Judging by all the reports and stuff like that, the iceberg season this year is not great, so the only real way to see them continually is up in St. Anthony, which is where we have been for a lot of this journey so far. And I thought I was done. Thought I was leaving there, coming down here, and then heading east and just getting what I get. But the thought of not taking any more iceberg photos is like, okay, I have to make that decision. I have to say, okay, what I have is okay, and maybe I'll get something else, but probably not. It's a tough decision to see if I want to get more iceberg photos or not. I would love your input on this, but you're not going to see this video for probably a couple months. So I got to figure out what decision I'm going to make. And honestly, I'm assuming whatever decision I make is the right one. I don't think there's a wrong one here. I just have to be at peace with the decision I end up making. Which way to go? Left or right? A literal crossroads, if you will.
Wherever you're going, wherever you're at, don't get stuck while it drags you. Wrapped in the past, wait for summer to fetch you. It's gonna work itself out.
Ultimately, I decided it was time to move on from the wet, cold climate of the Great Northern Peninsula. As much as I would have liked another good sunrise or sunset with some icebergs, I felt like it was time for me to see something new and try to get away from all the overcast or rain. I decided to head to an area that I had never been to before and see what I could find to photograph there. But first, I had a much needed pit stop.
I don't know how I'd have felt good about leaving my job back in San Diego.
As I listened to this 7-hour podcast about the band Pearl Jam while driving through the rain, I humorously thought to myself, oh, it's a real good thing I left the icebergs to get down here and avoid the rain. Stealing brown about, I'm going. Alright, just got a couple hours of work done. It's been a very long day. And as you can tell, these are the conditions. And it's predicted to rain for the next, 4 or 5 days. So, I don't know when you'll see me next. Could be tomorrow for some nice sun. Cross your fingers. Could be 4 days from now. Stay tuned. Thanks for watching. Thanks for being here on this journey, regardless of what happens.
Good morning, everyone. Something that is impossible to show is just how cold it is in the car when I wake up in the morning. And it's very hard to get up. because it's so cold. Oh, and it's so nice and warm in here. Well, the good news is it looks like it's not raining, but it is very overcast. The bad news is I gotta get my butt out of this bed. Okay, here we go.
All right, made it out of bed, got some coffee. Today's plan is to just explore around. Considering I haven't been to this peninsula, I haven't been to this area, I don't know anything around here. I don't know what the, oh, that's a big waterfall. See, exactly. I don't know anything that I could see here where the icebergs might be, if there are any. So the objective today is to just drive around and see what there is to see. Now, the conditions for weather are not necessarily the best, but I need to know where the spots are when the weather does change, rather than trying to find them when it is good. So we're just gonna drive around a little bit, just explore around, and then probably sometime in a couple hours, end up in the coffee shop, on the laptop working, getting all the office work done. But for now, let's explore around.
You've likely noticed throughout this episode that I didn't take my camera out very much. Even now, it feels as if I'm forcing myself to try, even though I'm not really feeling inspired. Pushing myself and making the best of what I had, but still not connecting with what I was being presented.
7 wonders, sleeping in the sand. Ancient lovers, reaching out their hand. Visions without you, without you there is no sky. Starting without you.
Travel notes, June 1st, 2024. One day you will realize that happiness is not what your house looks like, but how you love the people within its walls. Happiness is not finding success by a certain time, but finding something you love so much that time itself seems to disappear. Happiness is not thinking you have earned the world's approval, but waking up each day and feeling so at peace within your own skin, quietly anticipating the day ahead, unconcerned with how you're going to be perceived. Happiness is not having the best of everything, but the ability to make the best of anything. Happiness is not something that comes to us when every problem is solved and all things are perfectly in place, but in the shining silver linings that remind us the light of day is always there, if we just slow down enough to notice.
Whew. Okay, I gotta be honest with you. I am struggling. Today definitely just feels like one of those really low days. Maybe just in general, but I really feel like I'm taxed with this overcast, moody, rainy all day weather. And it was similar to this the last time I was in Newfoundland, but it wasn't this bad. And the fact that I can count on less than a couple fingers the amount of sunny days I've had, it's one thing when I'm just out here and living somewhere, but it's another thing to be in the car when it's rainy and windy and cold and wet, but also trying to take photos at the same time. It's just, let's just say, wrap it all up into mentally taxing. I had a really tough time getting out of bed today. I am not feeling very inspired. It's been very difficult to motivate myself to work, to want to shoot, to want to really do anything. And I'm hoping tomorrow things will be better. I know the weather won't change. The current prediction is just constant cloud and overcast for another 7 days. And I'm trying not to let that get to me. But I just wanted to document that today has been hard. Mentally. And some days are like that. A part of me just wants to get in the car and just literally drive back to somewhere where it's sunny and just be like, why am I here? But for now, I'm going to forgo those thoughts and go get some food and hope that tomorrow is better. All right.
Almost when you least expect it, things fall into place. You realize that what left was making space for what was about to arrive. The quiet let you hear the guidance. The unhappiness forced you to make a move. The unsettledness made you keep seeking. The end ushered in a new beginning. The doors that closed turned you toward the ones that were going to open. The lessons were always leading you, and every time you got it wrong, you were one step closer to having it right.
It is a new day. Everything seems better. Sometimes just a little bit of sunshine, which we're getting right now, is all you really need to just make everything just wash away. I've been sitting on the coast here. It's been foggy, a bit overcast, and I've just been sitting here waiting. And now the fog has cleared a bit, and we are back in Newfoundland. I didn't actually go anywhere, but I can see the island, I can see the rock. And my goodness, what a great reminder of why I'm here. Yesterday I was like, maybe I should just leave. Maybe I should just drive somewhere else. What am I doing here? Why am I here? This sucks. And today, this is why I'm here. What a beautiful day. Let's see if we can take some photos. All right, well, this isn't the ideal midday light that I would want, but I'm just glad there's light in general. And honestly, I just wanted an excuse to just walk around in the sun, take my camera out, and shoot some photos. Now, I did find a really nice composition right here. There's this line of rocks down here that's kind of using the bottom of my frame, but it's nice because it creates this almost oval shape on the bottom of my frame, and then another leading line of this water right here into the bay, going to this nice rock formation all the way out to some fog back here. I'm just shooting pretty wide, almost probably 16, 17 mil on here, and it's an absolutely gorgeous comp. However, you can tell the light is just reflecting off of these rocks quite a bit because of that, direct sun that I'm getting right now. But in contrast to that, I'm also getting some absolutely gorgeous light into the water there. You can see right into because of that light. And overall, it's just a really nice scene. I don't necessarily know if the light is worthy of, a portfolio-worthy image or anything, but you know what? I don't really care. I'm just glad to stand out here with my camera in the sun. It's not super windy. I'm warm enough to have this very light jacket on and just soak up some vitamin D and just enjoy being out here. It's an absolutely gorgeous afternoon that turned into basically something from nothing, that I'm just happy that it happened. I almost left this area, and I drove up here on a whim, and I'm being paid off. I'm being reminded of why I'm here, and to just be patient, and that it's okay. Not every day is going to be great. So here's one of the images that I liked enough to show you. Hope you enjoy. Hope it turns out.
If you remember about a week ago when we were on our way to Labrador, I described the struggle of never feeling satisfied, and I said this: if you realize this cycle never ends, as soon as we catch that carrot ahead of us, we already want another carrot. So why even try? What's the point if we just never feel content no matter what? I've been thinking about this a lot, especially with all my disconnected alone time here in Newfoundland. I propose the question, what's the point? If we know within ourselves that once we accomplish a goal, that we're already thinking about what's next, why even try? The answer is gratitude. Stopping our minds from getting so carried away with what's next and realizing just how important today is. Knowing that the goals we've successfully crossed are not just in the past. They are part of where we are now. Who we are as individuals is made up of all the sum of these milestones. And if we let ourselves get so caught up with the next goal, we really lose sight of everything we've done or the hills that we've already climbed. This is a terrible cycle to put ourselves into because it not only diminishes the strength it took to accomplish such things, it also leaves very little room to enjoy the fruits of our labor. To find creative balance in my photography and in my life in general, I have to slow down and stop thinking about tomorrow and just focus on how lucky I am to be here today. The more you can do this, the more positive days you'll find yourself experiencing.
Stories turn to songs and laughter to tears. These things aren't a given, they're a gift to behold. Like the first leaves of autumn, our breath in the cold.
I'm reminded of a story from the first time I left America. You might be surprised hearing that happened not too long ago, in 2017, which feels like both yesterday and forever ago all at once. I got the privilege to visit Indonesia, specifically the large island of Sumba located south of Komodo National Park. I was going for video work, thus went in quite blindly without knowing anything about the location. It wasn't until landing on Sumba Island that I realized how different this was going to be than any of the previous experiences of my entire life. The first indication was the airport, or maybe better described as just an airstrip. There's no security or baggage claim. You grab your checked luggage and you were on your way. Over the next several days, I learned how bad the malaria was on the island. The majority of the 700,000 people on the island don't have running water or electricity. No, seriously, there's no source of power on the entire island. These people basically have no amenities, nothing. Yet they all seemed so infectiously happy. I'll never forget the first ride through the island after landing. It was monsoon season and the rain was heavy. We passed an area where the road was flooding and needed to come to a crawl with water rushing from one side to the other. On the right side of the road was a family standing in the rain next to their traditional Sudanese house that looked something like this. Basically just a raised platform of bamboo and straw roofing. Their entire area, home included, just had water rushing through it. And they were just standing there waving at me, smiling from ear to ear while their home was flooded by water. The kids played in the rain and carried on as if there wasn't a worry in the world. They were glowing with happiness. I continued to meet people that just felt genuinely happy, living with essentially nothing but love and gratitude. The shocking realization that the happiest people I may have ever met are also the ones without anything, that are very disconnected from the rest of the world and spend every day just doing what they can to make it to the next. Yet here I am complaining about not getting enough damn iceberg photos. Even as I write this, it puts everything back into perspective. We all get caught up in what's next. The grind, the goals, and finding the next mountain to climb. Having goals is a privilege. It means we've reached an established level of satisfaction with where we currently are so that we can work towards what's ahead. Yet the more we grind, the more we let all that satisfaction and happiness fade away. We stop seeing what we have and we only see what we want. It's time to slow down. Remind ourselves that what we have today is pretty freaking great. I mean, how lucky am I to sit on the coast here sharing my story with all of you? How lucky are we to be able to carry out this connection from around the world? We have so much, and it's okay to forget that sometimes, as long as we continually remember how lucky we are to have anything at all. I feel immense gratitude that I get to share a little bit of me with you. So as I always say, thanks for being here. A few days later, I found myself in another spot I had never been, attempting to find the last iceberg I would see in Newfoundland, even if I didn't know it yet. A great learning experience from this trip was how useful public communities online were in tracking iceberg sightings throughout the island. I only found this specific berg because of such a group. It wasn't as large as the ones we had experienced up north, but I still couldn't pass up trying to make something work. One unique aspect of this location is that there's a ferry to take vehicles from the mainland to the Long Island here, roughly about a 5-minute boat ride. While short, it allowed me to capture some pretty unique footage considering most of these ferries are never close enough to capture, especially with an iceberg in the background.
Try and hold on to your hands in the garden. The smile of a child swimming in the river, walking the last sweet mile. First crack of thunder, the heavenly rain, all that gets taken
it was time to move on and head to one of my favorite spots on the entire island, Twillingate. Look what happened while we were on the way there. And if you have any guesses for what audiobook I'm listening to right here, let me know down in the comments below.
Winged terror should pass and spy them with its cruel eyes.
All right, after a couple more days of rain and overcast, I have moved spots to one of my favorite spots here on the rock in Twillingate, and it just so happens that the sun is out. So, I've got the backpack on, and we're gonna go on a hike. I don't even know if I'm gonna take my camera out. There's an osprey nest over here where I got a really great photo of some ospreys last time I was here. But realistically, I just wanna be out walking around and enjoying some of the sunshine, although it is now gone behind some clouds, ironically, but this is way more than I have been getting. So I'm just gonna go soak up some sun and enjoy the scenes, and I'll take you along with me, regardless of what happens.
As I get closer to the coastline, you can easily realize by what you see on your screen why I might enjoy this place so much.
All right, so last year I had the pleasure of standing right here and photographing this osprey nest as the mom brought in food to what I want to say is a teenager, a younger osprey that still had a lot of its little specks on its wings, but wasn't old enough to hunt yet by itself, even though it looked old enough to at least, well, I watched it fly around. But what was really cool, I just sat here all afternoon on a day like this. The light was very similar to this, and I just waited for that mom to come back. And on the second visit back, after I realized they were bringing food and I was ready, I got this fantastic shot of an osprey just holding the full-on fish with blood and everything right here above this nest. Really cool spot. And it's nice to be back and see that the osprey is still sitting right there. I don't know which one it is, but one of them is sitting right there. After all of the rain, fog, and mist, it's nice to be back here in the sun. A nice welcome back. What a beautiful, beautiful place. This right here, as you can see on your screen, this is why I love Newfoundland, because it has places like this that are just, like I've never seen in my life. Beautiful.
Just try and hold on to city lights, sunrise, long drives, late nights, shady grove, the love we know, isn't that what matters most?
All right, so there's this nice shot down here that even in midday light could look cool with an ND filter. So I'm gonna try to set that up real quick. No tripod for now. And see if we can find this composition. Oh yeah, that's nice. All right, we need about 5 seconds. 3-stop ND. Yep, that'll do. Okay, that spot has a very nice composition, but I got a little overzealous in the sense that the light is still way too harsh right now. And even with a long exposure, the reflections and stuff on the rocks and just all the light in general is just a tad too harsh. But I always like to get my camera out and check those things, see what comes out when I actually take the images. So even though the light was too harsh for anything presentable, it's still good to test those things, check them out, scout these locations. Because funny enough, I think I only came down here once last time and didn't spend a whole lot of time down here because I got very distracted by all the stuff that's up there. So I'm glad I came down here, tried it again, see what I could find. And honestly, I just love sitting here, listening to these waves, listening to the sound of those pebbles, have the water recede over them, and just be out here in the sun.
I can't describe how good it feels to be back in this place. I spent a lot of my last trip here because of how beautiful yet accessible much of this area is. My favorite coffee shop on the island is here, and even though relatively speaking it hasn't taken up much time in my life, I've made memories here. Right here is where Sophia and I went on our first adventure. Over here is where I stood to watch the best sunrise I'd ever gotten in Newfoundland. And of course, right here is that osprey nest. This spot definitely holds a special place in my heart.
These things aren't a given, they're the heartbeats of time. The songbird and the willow, and the wind in the pines.
Okay, the sun is quite bright, but we are heading to the other side of the cove because that area is not great for sunset. As you can imagine, as the sun sets, all the light in those covey areas that I was just in, covey, I just made that up, lose all the light. So there's no light on any parts of the foreground. So we're gonna go to the other side. I've slept here quite a bit on this side, and it's where the lighthouse is. Not that any of this is relevant to the people that have no idea where I am, but you'll see. It's gorgeous, could be a nice sunset. Gonna soak up some more sun and just enjoy the views.
Try and hold on to gratitude. Sometimes all you need is gratitude. Just trying to hold on to it.
Travel notes, June 5th, 2024. We think that by protecting ourselves from suffering, we're being kind to ourselves. The truth is, we only become more fearful, more hardened, and more alienated. We experience ourselves as being separate from the whole. This protection mechanism is so strong, we're not even aware of it. We're just trying to make life smooth and secure, trying to build a shelter for ourselves from the fear we feel in our hearts. We can slow down and stop rushing around so much. We can just rest our minds right here, in the immediacy of our experience, without trying to alter anything. By staying with that pain and not taking it personally, we can see that nothing in the world is solid or permanent. Everything is in a process of changing. When we can rest with this change, with this impermanence, we find that the very ground of our being is open and spacious. Instead of scrambling to protect ourselves, we can appreciate the richness of every moment. The trick is to let go and simply be present with the vulnerability of the human experience. This is how we cultivate loving kindness, both for ourselves and for others.
All right, let's see if we can get past this.
It feels like forever since I had a proper sunset, and I wasn't going to miss this one. I scurried up the hill and returned to a spot that I knew from my last time here, but things didn't quite go according to plan. You might notice in these clips that there's a lack of light in my scene. Yeah, about that.
All right, I'm kicking myself a little bit because I was criminally unprepared to actually take any photos this evening. I have been here many times. I've slept right there a lot. And I guess because I haven't really gotten a sunset or a sunrise, I parked and I just hung out and I was like, oh yeah, the sun's so nice. Okay, let's walk up there and start getting ready to take the shot. And then the footage you saw, I had a great shot of me walking in front of the sun, and the sun was gone. And I was like, all right, I guess I missed it. I didn't even really set up a shot. So then I flew the drone a little bit to get some of this absolutely gorgeous light here on these clouds. And I was waiting because I'm like, okay, well, I'll wait for this to take the shot that I want on my camera. And I landed the drone, and the shot that I remember setting up last time isn't really there anymore. It's kind of washed away. So I'm frantically looking for a shot, and then by the time I even set my camera down to take something, the composition isn't great. The light is just spectacular. This is some of the best light I have seen here in Twilling Gate for sunset. So yeah, a little bit, I'm gonna be a little harsh on myself, but at the same time, absolutely gorgeous evening. It has been beautiful. I'm really happy to be here. This is what it's all about. And I'm hoping that this is not the only sunset I get for the next week here, and that I get to redeem myself and be a little bit more prepared for conditions like these that are just gorgeous. This is exactly what you're looking for. I just wasn't in the right place set up with a shot that I particularly felt was good. Now, I'm still gonna show you the shot that I took, because that's what I do. I think it'll probably still be decent. There's this nice bracken on the bottom with kind of this white almost moldy moss on the right-hand side. That was cool. And I was trying to get some of the light that was reflecting on the hillside, but it had to be far enough out, and it was a difficult shot to set up, and sadly I just didn't take the time to scout and find that exact spot that I needed to when the right light was right. But anyways, here's the shot. Stay tuned for tomorrow morning or whatever we get up to in the next couple days. It's probably gonna rain all day tomorrow, so it means a coffee shop. But I'm just so excited. I don't really care if I got a shot or not this evening. I'm just glad to be out here trying to take photos, trying to make something happen, and being able to be outside. Thanks for watching, thanks for tuning in, thanks for being here. Here's the image.
Laid it down, know it'll pass though, like only a moment ago. Met you up in the clouds, you were waiting up for the night to hide your heart in the dark. I'll find it waiting in the shadows. Light up the highway, signal you turn. When you're somewhere down the line, there I can follow you into the night. Hit your chest down, cold sunlight. Story goes red like a fable, wishing that it could be true. Wanted to, but I wasn't able to tell you the truth that I knew. Light up the highway, signal you turn.
All right, good morning, everyone. Time to head in the office. We got to get down this hill first. So let's do that. All right, after my afternoon of laptop time, business work, and all that good stuff, editing, it's time to get some dinner and probably then continue to work on the laptop because, as you can tell, the conditions pretty rainy and overcast, although there is a break in the clouds as I say that over there. So let's get some dinner and then we'll check out conditions and see what happens. Good morning, everyone. As you can probably guess, yesterday was nothing ended up happening after I got dinner. Basically, the fog just came in thicker and hazier. It was just a nice light mist, which didn't result in any photography. This morning, however, there is a lot of haze and fog off in the distance, well, basically where I'm standing, and the light is kind of shining through. So, I wonder if I stick around here, if it clears off enough that we could actually get some good photography conditions. Not too sure, but I'll stick around for a little bit and see what happens. Also, apologies. I try not to talk to the camera right after I've woken up, because I'm not the most articulate, but I wanted to say good morning. Thanks for being here. All right, after a day of work in the office, aka the coffee shop, this is sunlight. The sun has come out, the fog has cleared, and it looks like we might actually get something for sunset. I just have to make a decision on where I want to go and try to shoot sunset. Right now, I'm kind of just driving and soaking in the sun, enjoying this absolutely gorgeous evening here in Twillingate. Let's see what we can find, what we can come up with. Maybe we'll try somewhere new. Well, if that's not picturesque, just taking a simple scene here of the town during some of this nice light that's coming through. It's basically been foggy all day, so there's not a lot of atmosphere, and there's just this nice, almost like, I would say after storm glow, but it didn't storm. It's just kind of what happens when the sun finally decides to show itself here in Newfoundland. But my composition is really simple. I just have some of these weeds on the bottom here that are obviously blooming here and coming into summer. But more importantly is this
this bottom half of the frame just reminds me of Newfoundland, mostly because of the rocks mixed in with some of these bushes that are kind of green, kind of reddish. And then down there is two little yellow seats, little lawn chair type seats that really stick out in the frame. And then obviously it starts in the bottom right and comes all the way through. It's just, really simple. One of those pictures that just kind of represents what this place reminds me of. This place being Twillingate, or one of the towns in Newfoundland. Just really simple. Going to keep driving around and taking more shots like that because I absolutely love them. And I really specifically love this light right now, especially with buildings in the shot. Okay, so we found another simple but very picturesque Newfoundland scene here with this boat that's turned over, and right in the background is one of their storage, gosh, what are they called? I'm interrupting myself to let you know that Sophia actually reminded me that they're called root cellars, and they're pretty popular here in Newfoundland. Everything else is correct, that they do store vegetables and stuff like that. I just couldn't remember the name. They're root cellars. You can thank Sophia down in the comments below. But they are built into the hills, and I believe they used to store their crops in there and stuff like that. I don't necessarily know what they're used for anymore, but that is what they were used to before. Now, I say simple scene in the sense that there's not some big grand shot here, and this is definitely more of it's a kind of image you would see in a book, like a photo book of Newfoundland that is less landscape-centric and more trying to show you what life is like here. And this, to me, is the epitome of that, where I've got the grass, and I've got that storage thing in the back, and I've got the boat, and in the background there's these giant cliffs and the water, and everything is just coming together. But from a photography standpoint, I'm trying to do a few extra things. I'm trying to take a simple scene and add some elements to it, in the sense that I need to decide how this boat is going to be layered with the storage unit. So if I step a little bit over here and I put the boat kind of underneath, it kind of squeezes both of my main points right into the center of the image. But something I'm finding that's really interesting, let me just hit record on my camera here so you can actually see what I'm talking about, is this composition that you're seeing on your screen right now. On the left part of the frame, we have that storage unit. On the right part of the frame, we have the boat. But what's really cool is I have this shadow of the storage unit that's coming from down into the boat, and I'm trying to find a sweet spot to where it's not crossing over, but it's almost pointing to the boat. And I'm trying to turn what is a simple scene into something even more photogenic, capture the essence of Newfoundland while also, adding a bit of my own flavor to it. It's been nice just walking around, enjoying the sun, and finding little simple scenes like this. This is the kind of stuff I want to photograph more while I'm here, but I have to wait for this kind of light. There's something about this almost glowing light. It's almost like creates these, it's as if I have like a gold filter, a glow filter on the front of my camera. It just creates this nice little atmosphere. Absolutely love it. All right, we've come back to the spot from a few days ago for sunset. Not that you know how many days it was, but I was up on those rocks and I talked about how as I got up there, I set up a shot and then the sun went behind some clouds and I basically missed it, and I flew the drone and probably still got a shot or two. But we've come back to hopefully redeem myself and get the shots that I wanted, because the clouds in the sky are just absolutely gorgeous. I've got to come up with a different saying. They're beautiful. The problem is, as you can tell from right now, is the sun is somewhere up here in this like white hot ball. But as you can tell, it's gonna set along here, and there's a large swath of clouds right there. Not right here, just right here where the sun is going to set. So I'm gonna wait around to see if it starts to get blocked If it does get blocked, well, then it'll just be a nice evening. If it doesn't get blocked, then I'm gonna get my little bud over there as quickly as possible and set up for the shots that I wanted from a few nights ago. You know, now that I'm realizing it, there's not a whole lot of clouds right here until right where the sun is. But that, honestly, that's just how the coast is. I've shot for months on the coast at this point. That's just the luck of the draw when it comes to landscape photography on the coast. All right, I'm gonna just sit around, soak up the sun. The birds are chirping. It's warm out. Just glad to be here. Glad to bring you along. Thanks for being here. Thanks for tuning in.
I did in fact make it to the spot with plenty of time to spare this time around. I got there and set up my shot after testing compositions with the current foliage that created some interesting foreground elements to contrast with the middle ground rock formation with this large colored rock face. Now all I needed was to wait for the clouds to get lit up with some nice sunset light. While waiting, I sent the drone out to capture a hyperlapse that I had to cut short when everything started to change. The area went from dull and unlit to a beautiful bath of golden light, and all my plans went out the window.
Okay, well, I didn't think this shot was gonna happen. I even set up a shot down there, the one I was gonna take that I talked about, where I'm like, all right, we're not gonna shoot directly into the sun, we're gonna get clouds and stuff behind. But this is what's happening in the direction of the sun, and none of the color is hitting the clouds behind you right now. And this sunset this has gotta be one of the most beautiful sunsets I've seen here in Twillingate, with the sun actually coming through the clouds and creating so much of this beautiful, gorgeous red and orange tones on the clouds. And I kind of just frantically looked for a composition. It's really tough here because a lot of it is rock and there's not a lot of foreground subjects. And I actually found, let me show you, I found almost this dead bush here that kind of created this web of a line through the image right up to the sun. I'm not sure it's gonna work. I was gonna use some foliage down here, but I really, really liked this dead bush. The problem is it's so close to the ground that there's no separation from it and the ground. It's definitely something different, something I've never really taken the dead trees like this before. It would be much better if they were lifted off the ground and created some separation, but this is what I got to work with. I might take this shot and move, but I think it's gonna work. There's enough dead brush on here mixed with these little bits of still living parts that actually make it look really good. All right, I'm gonna keep taking a couple shots while the light is good. We'll talk to you soon. Okay, that was sincerely some of the best light I have seen in all of Newfoundland in both trips. Absolutely spectacular. I still feel underprepared even though I wasn't. I think this is just a really tough area to shoot because, to give you an example, everything is just covered in this rocky, well, rock, for lack of a better term. And basically I'm looking around for some of this green stuff here. And what's really cool is right behind this hill over here, there's actually these little blooming flowers, sprouts that are happening off in the distance right here. But none of those were getting hit by any light. So the problem, or the difficulty, is I set up my shot down there for our not shooting into the sun shot, and then nothing happened back here. I mean, this is what the clouds look like. And all the light, coincidentally, was in the direction of the sun, which is something that I do often shoot, but for this particular time, was trying to not shoot. But as I was flying the drone, the light started to happen over here, the sun started to come through the clouds, and I was like, well, everything's coming together for that kind of shot. So let's find something for the foreground. So all of this stuff down here is basically dead. And there's a few green spots over here, but none of it is a great foreground. And you might be asking, if you're not a photographer or you don't shoot very often, you're wondering, why the heck do I need a foreground? And if you're very interested, I made a whole video on it right here, and it increases the draw or the wow factor of basically any wide angle image. And that is, instead of just taking a shot right here with the sun and these rocks, which would still look beautiful as you saw through this camera, there's not enough interest in it. It's just a giant scene kind of shot. Whereas when I put something in the foreground, something for your eye to really catch on to, more than just the sun or the clouds, it basically adds a subject to the image rather than the subject just being a pretty sunset. And that's what I was trying to do right here, as you can tell with my camera setup and everything, and all this dead brush. It's actually a really cool pattern here. The only problem is there's a lot of chaos, and like I said, it's very close to the ground, so I'm not entirely sure it's gonna work. I think I took a pano, so like a shot, 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 and shot. If that comes together and I'm able to kind of paint light the correct way, where I darken a little bit of this section right here and kind of accentuate a lot of these roots, I can help guide the viewer in the correct direction towards the sun and maybe put something together. Regardless if my photo came together or not, just a spectacular, beautiful sunset. I think a lot of the times I feel right now as a photographer that I let myself down, that the conditions happened absolutely amazing in a spot that I know, in a spot that I have been to here at least 6 times. And I don't necessarily know if I put together an image that was worthy of the light that nature was willing to give me. But that is the problem or the struggle of being an artist sometimes, or a photographer.
Try and hold on to gratitude. Sometimes all you need is gratitude. Just trying to hold on to it.
Create an environment where you're free to express what you're afraid to express.
Welcome back, everyone, to an absolutely beautiful day here in Twillingate. This weather has been spectacular the last couple days. Complete 180 from the weather that I was having over the last 3 weeks to a month here in Newfoundland, and I'm hoping it continues. I've been told that basically you hit a point in June, hopefully that the fog rolls away and summer starts, and I'm hoping that we're starting that now. Yesterday evening, I wasn't filming anything, but I was on a hike, a scouting mission, to try to take some sunset photos for myself. And a whale came into the bay. I think it was a whale. I haven't actually reviewed the footage yet, so I got my drone up and got like one quick shot of it, and then I lost it. So today, I've just been sitting out here during the afternoon light, hoping to hear one or see one. And earlier this morning, I drove around. There was some nice fog in the bay, and it was creating this nice glow that I love about these areas where the light is perfectly strong enough, but there's just slight diffusion on a lot of the highlights in the images. And so I drove around taking some images of the small fishing town of Twillingate. And I absolutely love those images because they're not what I used to take. I mean, I've always focused on landscapes, but when I came here, I really wanted to start capturing the essence. And when I say came here, I mean the first time I came to Newfoundland. And I made it a point to try to capture more images that encapsulate what this place is like, more than just the landscapes. Also the small town feels, the things that speak to me that say, this is Newfoundland. So I captured a couple of those images that I want to start off this episode showing you, but I didn't film anything for them. So we're just going to start with those images. The world is our oyster for now. I'm going to sit here, soak up the sun, and enjoy the sights and hopefully find a whale. Enjoy these images. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for being here.
How do we grow as artists? Actually, a better question to ask is how we grow as humans in general. When you think about it, if you go through adolescence, we learn the basics of life just like we would learn the basics of something like photography. We continue growing throughout our lives, sometimes very quickly, sometimes slowly. And at times, we might even take a step back or two. Regardless, we all tend to reach a point where a path to follow or lessons to learn become far more unclear. We stop going to school. We start a career where we learn how to do a job. And we start focusing on goals like wealth, stability, relationships, or family. We naturally stop growing and many times find ourselves complacent and comfortable. This is where I am within my photography, complacent and comfortable. I read a quote recently that went as follows: "Growth in an art is not marked by the mastery of a craft, but by the struggle to see the world with fresh eyes." Whew, boy does that hit home. Over the past year or more, I've mentioned a few times about branching out and trying to see the world differently for my photography. On this episode, I looked down at my feet and I photographed some rocks. On this one, I tried to make sense of chaotic waves crashing along the shore in Acadia National Park. And in this episode, you're going to watch me try to branch out, but I keep going back to my comfort zones. Speaking of comfort zones, it feels great to have confidence in my ability to find something to photograph almost anywhere. This is not said with arrogance, but rather gratitude that I feel lucky to be confident in the work that I create. The problem is that this parallels with feeling comfortable and complacent. I do what I know, and I don't push myself to explore further, which has ultimately left me feeling disconnected from the photos I've been taking this year. I feel stuck and unsatisfied. I'm sure I'm not alone in this experience. Alright, let's jump to sunset and you'll see me continue to photograph what I'm comfortable with.
All right, good evening, everyone. We are going to see if the sunset actually happens. You can tell there's a lot of clouds on the horizon behind us. I've taken two sunsets in this area, way off in the hills, and then also a sunset right down there. And I think if it actually pops out, it could be absolutely magnificent here. There's quite a few different things we could go with. The composition that I scouted earlier is shooting from right here with these rocks that kind of use as a foreground subject in balance with the rocks that are down there that you can, and the sun is going to set on the left part of the frame. You just have to wait and see. I'm going to get my camera out and play around with some compositions, walk around and see if anything else sticks out, using or imagining where the sun is going to set in my frame rather than just looking at the composition as a whole, because I have to use that to help balance the image because it's going to take up a lot of focus in the image. I'm not right on the death of this edge. All right, what an absolutely gorgeous sunset. This is the third sunset in a row here that has been spectacular. 2 nights ago, last night, I took a shot of this anchor. I'll put it on the screen now. I don't know if it came out or not. I wasn't totally in love with the composition that I came up with. And then tonight, just another absolutely magnificent sunset. And I think this shot really works. My composition was pretty simple. Actually, I take that back. It wasn't that simple. I spent over an hour trying to find something that worked here. At first, I was trying to look for some foreground stuff of like some flowers or something, but almost everything that's on the edge to where I can see the water and I can see the waves and stuff like that, it's just rock. So what I found here is this rock face on the right-hand part of the frame that you can see. And that's important because I'm just out far enough where I can catch some of the reflected light or the light that's being hit by the sun. So you actually get some of that in the image. And then the whole bottom half of the frame is part of the rock, but I've purposely framed it so that it engulfs the bottom half of the frame and basically frames this kind of iconic spot here in Twillingate here at the lighthouse with these rocks out here on the coast that you've seen pictures of or seen footage of if you've been watching the series so far. And then on the left hand of the frame, basically in the left third, is the sun, and I got an absolutely spectacular sun star as the sun is setting here. And you can still see I'm still taking a few images, even though I think before the light was just a little bit stronger, a little bit better, and these clouds were more illuminated in those shots. I finally feel like I got a composition that I'm happy with, unlike the last couple nights where it just felt like I was scrambling to find something to shoot, even though I was a bit prepared and then things didn't work out the way that I thought. Okay, enough of me rambling. Here's the shot.
An absolutely beautiful sunset where I walk away with a great image that will slot quite well into my portfolio. I love being in the moment and taking the photograph, just as I did when I was in Patagonia or Bryce Canyon earlier this year. I just don't connect with the final result nearly as much as I would like or I would have not too long ago. You see, there's this internal battle going on within myself to do what I know will work, rather than pushing myself and take a risk to possibly walk away with nothing presentable. Tomorrow is a new day, though.
All right, good evening, everyone. It has been a couple days since you saw me last. Well, 2 days, I believe. Yesterday was basically all just storm, overcast, and rain. I did wait around to see if sunset was going to happen yesterday, and nothing happened. This evening, however, I have come to this little cove, and I am just walking around, just camera and a lens, trying not to get hit by some of these waves that the tide is coming in. And I'm just walking around looking up for some of the more detailed shots, more intimate shots, more abstract type shots. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I feel like I'm wide-angled, large-shotted out. I've shot too many. I have a feeling, judging by the conditions though and how great it looks, that we might end up getting the wide angle out when the sun finally sets and take a shot like that. But for now, I'm gonna walk around and find some more intimate shots and share those with you. And I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're checking this out. And I'm glad I get to take you along for the ride. It's been an absolutely beautiful day here in Twillingate, and I am loving every second of the photography that I get to do. So it means the world to me that you're here checking it out with me. Look at this. Now it's completely different style than what I've been taking. But these shots like this, where it's got like this wet texture around the rock, but then a nice gray tone. If I just move around here, and in editing I can bring out some of that light that's on that rock there, it could work really well. I think I'm gonna take a shot. Well, not like this. I'm gonna take my camera and take a shot.
I tend to wear myself out, thinking about where I should be now.
So the things that I'm trying to pay attention to are like all of the lines in this particular shot. It's gonna be hard to articulate it while I'm filming myself. But right now I'm shooting this shot that's, let me turn the camera around, that's basically all of these lines that are pointing down through the frame, as you can see. And then I'm focusing on this little brush right here. But the idea here is just a smaller scene, a more abstract scene. And I absolutely love when the light pokes through a little bit more than it is right now, because it's pretty even right now, but with a touch more light. Basically, the tips of all of these rocks that are going diagonally down are being touched by light, and it's creating some nice contrast and separation from one layer of the rock to the next. And I really like the results, well, at least on the back of my camera. It's just really been enjoyable. I've literally just walked around just from that section of cove there to this section of cove here, just looking around for anything I can find. I'm almost testing myself. Well, almost just fell on my ass. But I'm basically just walking around and paying attention to every little detail I can. Mostly because a lot of this style of photography is honestly not what I'm good at. And it's something that I have been continually practicing for over 1.5 years now. And definitely am getting better, but it's one of those things where sometimes I have to challenge myself to just come to a spot like this, bring one camera and a lens, and see what I can find. And it's fun, finding all kinds of stuff. I don't know if any of these are post-worthy, but I'm gonna share them with you regardless, because the point of this channel is to take you along for the ride, but also show you that there's a ton of images I take that aren't worth a damn, pretty much, because this is more than just a highlight reel. Well, I did skip yesterday when it was just raining and overcast, but you know what I mean. Okay, here's the shot that I just described. I hope you enjoy.
Everyone here so loud, they don't know their way around. Just stick to the crowd. I've been wondering a little bit, seem to find where I fit in this.
I obviously came down here to look for some more intimate shots, but also because this particular spot right here looks like it could be absolutely beautiful for a large, wide shot, slower shutter speed. There's like a cascading waterfall here and the sun setting. Whew, that looks intense, but man, it's gonna make for a great photograph. Obviously a big, wide photograph like I said that I was gonna try not to take this evening. My composition is gonna be somewhere probably down here with a wide angle shot. And you're gonna notice, see how as the tide recedes and comes in? Well, it's not coming out enough. There's a nice little cascading fall there that could look really good. Obviously the tide has to be right, the light has to be right, and the water level needs to be basically at what it is right now. It still surprises me to this day how little people come here, especially photographers. I feel like this should be a much bigger travel destination, and it just isn't. All right, well, that means I'm the only photographer ever out here, so I guess that's not a bad thing. All right, so even though the light didn't really kick off on the horizon, we've got a few colors here in the sky, but I've set up a composition that kind of just keeps like basically just a sliver of the sky in the image anyways. What's really interesting is these rocks down here that are kind of my focal point almost have like a golden glint to them. I can't tell if it's the angle that I'm at or if they have sediment in them or something, but they definitely have like a golden bronze tint. Oh, here we go. All right, so I'm gonna interrupt myself from talking. I was somewhere shooting a shot over there and thought that was gonna be it. But then I came over here and took like a test shot as I was about to, like I literally put my tripod up and everything. And I basically cut out all of the sky since the sun has set. There's not really any clouds or coverage in the sky. And I'm basically just shooting from this top rock down here. And what I really, really like about it that I just happened to capture is that when the waves hit right and it recedes at the right time, there's just this really beautiful glow on the water that mixes with this turquoise water that you can see in some of the images. You can't really see it until you take a longer exposure shot on the camera, because obviously as you're watching in the video and you're watching here, all of this is happening very quickly. But if you elongate a shot, just about 1/5 of a second is what I'm shooting at, it creates this nice path in the water, and just happens to be that the color that's hitting the top of the water is just really pleasing to the eye. Pretty sure one of these is going to be better than what I was taking over there, so I'll show that one to you as well. Just an absolutely beautiful evening here. It was nice to get down to the water. That's something I've been wanting to do. I've been shooting a lot of giant vista shots and really missing being at the water. So it was nice that I found this spot. I'm definitely going to return when we get a better, actual sun or stuff in the sky so I can shoot a bigger shot. But I think this one's going to turn out. Here it is.
Travel Notes, June 13th, 2024. In a reflection of her own artistic development, Georgia O'Keeffe wrote, "I've always been drawn to the landscapes and forms around me, yet I never wanted to paint them in the way they were traditionally depicted. My goal has always been to express what I see in my own way, and that has taken time. Growth as an artist requires a deep commitment to exploring your own vision and refining it over the years. I believe that one must take risks to go beyond what feels comfortable and to seek out new methods and approaches to one's art. I remember looking at the world and thinking, what if I can portray this in a way that speaks to my innermost feelings? It's this inner dialogue that has driven me to create. With each piece, I strive to discover something new about myself and about the world. There is no formula for growth, only a journey of self-discovery through the medium of paint."
We are back at the spot that we were at last time you saw me. I got the waders out. I'm gonna put these guys on and see what we can come up with. Oh yeah, hopefully there's nothing living in here. That would not be fun. I saw a spider in here earlier. I don't know how I'm gonna go in the water, but I at least wanna be prepared to go in the water. And I keep the waders up there for this exact reason, so this feels like the right time. We got the spot scouted. Pretty much know exactly the shot I want to take. We just got to go make it happen. And today, we're coming back here because the sunlight might illuminate all these clouds. I don't know if it's going to. It's pretty cloudy, but I want to be down there ready, waders and everything, waiting. Okay, I'm sorry for that one, but I'm alone out here and I only really get to talk to you guys. So, also the tide is a wee bit low right now. Need to be a little bit higher than this for the shot that we want. But we'll make something work. We are over here at the spot, and I am mildly concerned that the tide is not going to be anywhere near where we need it to be to make this shot happen. This is where our little waterfall was last time. It's probably about to happen a little bit. But I need the water to come in a lot and fall out to create the atmosphere that I got last time. I'm kind of actually standing where a lot of water was getting splashed. Last time I took the shot from all the way back there. So if the tide doesn't come in anymore, I think we're gonna have to try to find another shot. So if that's the case, I should probably look around for something else. Although maybe I'll just watch the water here for a little bit and see what happens. All right, we've got the shot set up. It is down here, just waiting for just the littlest bit of turbulence here on the waves. If you remember the first night we were here, I got some absolutely beautiful shots, almost just straight out of camera of these waves. And the tide and the waves are way lower right now. However, we could still make it work. I've taken one test shot down here. Well, I've taken quite a few test shots, but I've taken a few that had enough turbulence in it where it's adding just enough atmosphere, enough of those moving waves to help the viewer's eye lead through the image, through this little corridor right here and this little inlet right up to the sun. And you can tell the sun is out right now. And basically my composition, shooting right here with the camera, basically down here with the water, and the swirls start hitting right here when it comes in. And without a polarizer, you can't really see it, but through here with the polarizer on, you can see into that water. And then it leads back here, and there's a nice cascading fall here that mixes in, and it goes all the way back through this out to the sun that's out there. And it just looks, with the light like this, it's just absolutely beautiful. I'll make sure. Shooting at f/16 so I get a nice crispy sunburst, sun star. We just gotta hope we get the right waves. But it's prime time in terms of the light right now. So I'm gonna keep taking a shot, keep waiting for some of these waves to come in, hopefully as the sun, oh, there we go. Holding the button down right now as we speak. Doing about 1/4 of a second, which is enough to get the movement in the water. And I just gotta hope that I get enough in a wave when the light is good and it all comes together. It's just perfect right now. Absolutely gorgeous. Couldn't ask for a better evening. So even if I don't get a shot, I mean, this is where I get to work right now. This is the office. Can't really beat it.
I used to sleep just fine when I was but a child.
All right, so that was an absolutely beautiful sunset. Another one here in the books in Twillingate. The conditions were perfect. I couldn't ask for better sky, clouds, and sun in my shot. The problem is the waves just didn't come together. Everything else came together. The composition was good, the sun was good, the light was good, everything was good. I just didn't get the waves. Realistically, I just need more turbulence. Otherwise, the scene in the bottom half of the frame is just, it's too dull. There's nothing to look at. But obviously my idea, what I envisioned in my head before trying to take the shot, was those waves moving just like on that first day, because it was just beautiful. And those waves mixed with the sun in the sky creates a 10 out of 10 world-class landscape image. And it's just a reminder of how much has to come together for those kind of shots. Just how much comes together in a few of the shots that I've ever taken in my entire career, that everything just aligns and it all works. But that means it's more satisfactory when it does happen. And the best thing to remember is that I still enjoyed myself, and that this is not, none of this was a failure. I mean, it was a beautiful evening. I got to talk to you guys. I got to take more shots. I got to stand out in nature, breathe in the salty water. I got to put the waders on for the first time in forever. Beautiful, beautiful evening. And I have no complaints. It's totally okay that it didn't come together. And I'm still excited to look at some of the images I got just to see if maybe something special happened. All right, see you tomorrow. Later. Get some sleep. Well, I'm gonna get some sleep. I don't know what time you're watching this.
I can't help but think back to this evening and wonder if I had just let go of trying to get a shot that wasn't going to happen with those low tides and just went to explore a bit more. Maybe try to photograph some of the more intimate subjects that I had found on the previous evenings in that beautiful golden light. Of course, hindsight is always more clear, and at the time I hadn't even realized that this artistic rut I was even in. And I should be clear here, I was still absolutely enjoying the moment, the sun, the water, and simply being out there. None of that is up for question. This disconnected feeling I'm referring to is about the photos that I walked away with and I'm now left with within my catalog. They don't speak to me. I'm unexcited by most of them, and the ones I am excited for don't quite hit the mark to be worthwhile, but they do hold something extremely valuable within them, and that is progress. Photography is hard. Heck, just being a human in general is hard. Finding growth within ourselves requires us to let go of control, be a bit vulnerable, and let ourselves explore. We have to give up some security, or in my case, for some of these photographs, I have to give up a worthwhile shot to take the chance at completely flopping and many times present those flops right here on camera. It's a little surreal writing the script and watching myself struggle with these creative barriers without realizing what was truly happening until now. Attempting to push outside my bubble, but as soon as the light gets good, I revert back to what I know. Anyone listening out there, do you go through this? What's your journey been like?
Good morning, everyone. Well, good afternoon. I just wanted to document this real quick to start off our day. Let's see. Let's go with these. First shorts of the season. Let's go.
Alright, and others I could cry if it weren't for my pride. I've been wondering a little bit, can't seem to find where I fit in this life.
It is an absolutely beautiful afternoon here. Came out here to hopefully capture some whales. In this particular vista where we shot sunset, I don't know, a few nights ago, 4 nights ago, this sunset, I'll put it on screen, it's just got a giant view, and it's probably one of the best that I can sit at and just try to see or hear any whales passing by this northern part of the peninsula. And mostly just gonna sit here and enjoy the sun. Probably get too much sun, to be completely honest with you. Either way, I'm at least gonna sit here and enjoy the weather. It's like the perfect temp. It's about 70 degrees, maybe 68. A little hotter in the sun. A little bubbly. Yeah. All right, well, I would love to surprise you with a bunch of footage of some whales, but it didn't happen. And been out here in the sun for long enough that it's probably time to pack it in. I am keeping my chair set up to sit somewhere else, hopefully.
If I ever said I'm never stressed, why can't I get out my head? What's all the worrying for? Can't take it no more. Pin me down to the floor.
All right, so I've spent most of today just driving around, keeping my eyes peeled on the horizon, listening for whales, exploring some new locations, trying to find some photos in the midday light, some reflection shots and all that stuff. Came back here to this shot that we took, but it was this image. And I'm over here trying to figure out what I want to do for sunset. Do I want to go back to the spot from last night, which would be the 4th night in a row, when currently there's not a whole lot of wave action going on out here in the water? That is part of the adventure here in Twillingate, is trying to decide where to be for sunset, using all of the indications, the knowledge, the things that I know about landscape photography to try to make the most of a good sunset.
Worry about money, the littlest things, and you miss out on everything that goes your way.
Travel Notes, June 14th, 2024. Ansel Adams wrote, "The most important aspect of photography is not just capturing image, but the ability to see the world through a unique lens. As I developed my craft, I learned that technical mastery is only one piece of the puzzle. The true art lies in how you interpret what you see. My early years were filled with experimentation, as I sought to understand the mechanics of light, shadow, and composition. However, the growth I experienced was not merely about honing my skills, but also about developing my vision. It was crucial for me to find a personal connection to my subjects, to express my emotions through the landscapes that I captured. As I moved through my career, I found that each photograph was a culmination of my experiences, my understanding of nature, and my evolving perspective. To grow as an artist means to embrace the entire journey, the technical, the emotional, and the creative, and allow them to inform one another.
And I've just found a really nice shot right here that has some algae on the rock that I can use as a foreground, and the light should hit it right as the sun is setting. We still have time. I gotta rush back and get the stuff and move it all over here so that I can take the shot at sunset. We've got about probably 20 minutes, so I have to hurry. All right, well, excuse the hair, because, I mean, nothing's gonna come of that. But we set up the shot just in time before the sun went behind these clouds and got a few shots that I think are gonna work for what I was looking for. Basically, let me show you the comp here. Basically, not that you're gonna be able to see it on the back of my camera. I guess I could just show you in real life. I have this rock on the right-hand side that has all of this really cool algae on it that you can see. And then as the sun was setting, it's illuminating, or was illuminating, all this little cave part here. So it creates a nice focal point for your eye to go to. And then right on the left was the sun that you can see setting with a nice line in the water. And that's pretty much the shot. I kind of scrambled to get it. I walked around for probably 45 minutes looking for something else that I was not in love with the shot that I was gonna take and scouted earlier today. But I think maybe this one worked. I won't really know until I get on the computer. And I just had a disaster where I spilled my drink that was sitting in my jacket, or my bag, all over my drone controller as I was flying it back. I'm sure I got footage of that on the drone. Quite embarrassing. I always tell myself, don't rush. Don't, contrary to me being a rush fan, I always make mistakes in a hurry. And I was in a hurry to go get my stuff and come back, and there's water all over the controller and definitely in the USB-C port, so I'm gonna have to hope to dry that out. I hate making mistakes, and I hate making drastic mistakes like that because I absolutely need the drone. Anyways, here's the image. I hope it works out. It better be worth it, damn it.
The drone controller was totally fine, thank goodness. The photo, however, was just okay. Another image I don't feel connected to, and likely the result of me just falling back into my comfort zones when my plans fell through. And I hope the myriad of lessons I found myself experiencing and sharing with you resonate in some meaningful way. After a short drive in the sun, I was excited to get to the island with the recent good weather that I was having, which I didn't have during my first visit in 2023. If you've been following along in this series, you'll know that I've been struggling to find satisfaction in my work, and I've fallen into a bit of a creative rut. Okay, maybe it's a serious creative rut, something I'm still struggling with nearly 6 months later in writing this exact script that you're listening to now, which is why these episodes have been so delayed. In an attempt to claw my way out of this hole, I went to the bookstore with no objective, no time restrictions, and I just let my mind wander to whatever caught my eye. This was new for me, but I had exhausted all my other methods I typically use to help in a creative rut, most notably just allowing myself time, which just didn't seem to be working. In my paperback exploration, I was suggested a book by Austin Kleon titled Steal Like an Artist. Notably a seemingly popular book for the creative-minded, I sat down and I dabbled in a few of its chapters, ultimately deciding to purchase it. Throughout my journey here in Fogo Island, I'm going to do as the title says and steal like an artist by sharing a few of the pieces I found most influential in my reading that I hope impact you in the same way that they inspired me. Now, what the heck is Fogo Island and why are we here? Let me show you.
Alright, we have made it to the island. Looks a lot like all the other islands. I would just like to report that as I was wishing for good weather in that voiceover, I'm assuming, the first thing that happened when I got to the island, it started raining. Let's hope that's not a sign for the future weather here.
Well, the good news is, it wasn't a sign for the future weather. The bad news is, it did continue to rain for the rest of the evening. I did get some delicious ice cream though, so that's a plus.
Alright, good morning everyone. The weather this morning, well, during sunrise was complete fogged in, so I went back to sleep. But thankfully, that fog has lifted, and it is just an absolutely
beautiful day turning out right now. There are supposed to be some clouds and possibly some overcast coming in. So I'm going to try to make the best of some of this sunshine that we're getting right now and kind of take you around the island, show you why I'm here, show you what I'm here for, and why I think it's so special. All right, you can see it's pretty windy, so hopefully you guys can hear me well enough. But I'm just gonna drive around, walk around, a mixture of the two, and take some photographs of some of the architecture, building, and heritage sites here that are on Fogo Island. This stuff is really beautiful. The last time I shot it, it was kind of overcast. The light wasn't great, and this time we have all of the greens and yellows in the scene, whereas last time I did not have that. So it's really nice to come back to some of these spots that I found before that I really liked and take them in completely different conditions. It is pretty windy though, so I'm gonna make the best of it, drive around. I'm gonna show you that montage probably right now.
I am listening. You are the voice whispering in my ear, shining through the bells steady ringing. The words I can't ignore. Wild hearts open door. I was young, I was sure I could hear the singing.
Chapter 7 in Cleon's book is titled, Geography is No Longer Our Master. What's better proof of such a statement than you tuning into this video about a place off the beaten path? Fogo Island is a really unique spot here in Newfoundland because it blends the past and the present all within less than a 20-mile stretch. For the unfamiliar, which I imagine is most of you tuning in, Fogo Island is one of the oldest fishing settlements in Newfoundland. After the cod moratorium in 1992, the economy of the island, just like many spots in Newfoundland, collapsed. Almost 20 years ago, an idea was proposed by Zita Cobb, a native of Fogo Island who went on to find wild success and wanted to develop something to ignite the growth back into the island while convincing people from around the world to come see their beautiful home island of Fogo. The solution, which you're going to see throughout this episode, was to create a boutique 5-star resort along with satellite studios that uplift and support artists from Newfoundland, all of which we'll be attempting to photograph while we're here.
All right, so this is probably my favorite studio to photograph, but the conditions right now, as you can tell, that overcast that I talked about earlier is coming in, and if it's not obvious on the screen, it is very windy. My eyes are watering, my nose, well, you don't want to know, and I don't necessarily think these are the conditions I want for this shot because it's kind of the same as I took last time, but ideally, my goal is the sun sets somewhere on the right hand of the frame. And I want to take a shot as the sun is setting and get some beautiful colors in the sky with this in the foreground. But the point is, we're going to come back to this in this episode to try to make that shot happen. So I'm not going to focus too much on getting anything crazy right now, but I'll show you a shot that I take anyways. And I kind of want to get out of this wind because it's very windy. Well, just in Newfoundland fashion, with the turn of a page, the clouds have come in, the rain is sideways. It's cold, so I'm gonna sit inside Ross here, watch something on the iPad, and enjoy the afternoon this way. Hopefully this clears up in a couple hours and we get some really nice conditions after this rain. Maybe a rainbow. Cross your fingers.
For the next 3 hours, I snacked, lounged, drove around, and hoped the clouds would clear for a sunset.
Look at that. Look at that. A little bit of blue sky. But for now, ice cream.
After some of the best homemade ice cream money could buy, well, it wasn't looking too good. Maybe I should go back and get some more ice cream. Or wait, how about a rainbow?
Hey, let's go!
Years ago, I was sitting at a friend's childhood home lounging on the couch, and I decided to pick up one of their coffee table books to pass the time. It was a big book, and I mean big book, on some form of Scandinavian architecture, which was appropriate considering my friend's parent was an architect. The book likely caught my attention because of the photography, but I must admit my memory is pretty faint, and it was a fleeting moment of just flicking through this book, yet I remember one thing very specifically, the words Newfoundland in the book. At the time, I probably couldn't have even told you where Newfoundland was on a map. Heck, I'm not even sure I knew it was in Canada. Fast forward to my first trip here, and admittedly I had done zero research, which is kind of how I travel if I can get away with it. Just go and see what I can find. The first time I came over the hill to the Squish studio, it was like deja vu. I knew this building, but how? Why did I recognize this strange building that's located on an island of a place that I knew nothing about? And then it hit me, in giant bold-faced font, Newfoundland. It's as if I had manifested myself to find one of those magical spots I had flipped past in that big coffee table book. It almost felt serendipitous.
Okay, while we did get that nice rainbow, the clouds have come back in, and I don't think we're gonna get the sunset that we were hoping for, but I'm gonna go up here over the hill into the wind. In the wind, it's pretty frigid, so cross your fingers. This is what the clouds are looking like right now. So there's a little sun poking through, but maybe like a long exposure or something once we get up here. I have to wait and see. I'm just not looking forward to the gust of winds once I get over this hill. Here we go. All right, so we've got this shot set up, setting on the tripod, ready to go. This is the shot that I want. The light is, well, it's dramatic, but it's pretty blocked. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna walk down to these rocks down here. I know this spot pretty well from scouting it for my guide here on Photographing Fogo Island, which will be linked down below the like button if you're interested or ever coming here. But I'm gonna go down there and look at what those compositions look like, because they use the waves in part of the building, and then this is the background. So I get the choice of, if this doesn't happen, I could run down there and take a few shots as well, depending on where the light hits in the sky. Okay, so the shot down by the rocks wasn't doing it for me, because as you can tell, the light back there is pretty dull in comparison to the light we're getting right here. So I've got my main camera set up on an interval timer, taking my shot every 30 seconds, so I can walk away with my other camera and find maybe a few other unique, fun shots, and it'll get the light that I want, even if it happens while I'm gone. Trying to find maybe some different compositions, because there's way more plant life here this time around, and that color is really nice. If you see it, really contrasts really well, this red and green with the blue of the ocean and the white building. It all just kind of really comes together, so I'm trying to find a nice composition of that shot. But it looks like the light is kind of fading away right now, but you never know what's really going to happen. It looks like it could maybe poke through. Have to wait and see till we get on the computer, as usual. But the evening's not over, so stay tuned. All right, so we didn't get the exact conditions I came here for, but I definitely got way better conditions this time than I did the last time I was here. The last trip that I came here, I didn't get a single sunrise or sunset, basically. I think I got one sunset, and then it was basically just rained out or overcast. So just getting some nice color in the clouds here was much better than the last time I was here. Really glad I got to shoot this.
Good morning, everyone. It is way too early. I am half asleep, but the sun is coming up. There's not a cloud in the sky, but we're gonna go photograph, or at least fly the drone for the hotel. That's the shot we're doing this morning. It's the one that makes the most sense for sunrise, and probably gonna get something pretty nice. And then I'm very much looking forward to it. I'm going back to sleep, because probably fell asleep at, I don't know, 1 o'clock last night. So we're on 3 hours. Whew. All right. Here we go.
Cleon writes, "Build your own world," in big letters to start off chapter 7. He goes on to write, "I grew up in the middle of a cornfield in southern Ohio. When I was a kid, all I wanted to do was get someplace something was happening. Now I live in Austin, Texas, a pretty hip place. Tons of artists and creative types everywhere. And you know what? I'd say that 90% of my mentors and peers don't live in Austin. They live everywhere. I know them from the internet, which is to say most of my thinking and conversation and art-related fellowship is online. Instead of a geographical art scene, I got Twitter buddies or Google Reader. You don't have to live anywhere other than the place you are to start connecting with the world you want to be in. If you feel stuck somewhere, or if you're too young, or too old, or too broke, or if you're somehow tied down to a place, take heart. There's a community of people out there that you can connect with. In the meantime, if you're not into the world you live in, you can build your own world around you. Surround yourself with books and objects that you love. Tape things up on the wall. Create your own world. Reflecting on these words makes me wonder what it was ever like to be a photographer in a disconnected world, where my friends and peers aren't a text message away, where I can't open a web page to see a wall of different locations that I want to see instantly through the eyes of other photographers, or endlessly scroll past thousands of locations that I'd love to visit. Maybe I wouldn't be so distracted, but then again, maybe I'd never made it here at all. Speaking of community, if you're ever looking for a small little community of photographers to chat with, ask questions, or anything like that, come say hello in our Discord channel. It's a great little spot, and I'd love to have you there.
After about an hour and a half of shooting, the light is too harsh at this point. There's not any clouds in the sky or anything. And that's my cue to go back to bed.
There are 4 studios located on the island where local Newfoundland artists can serve residencies of periods of time to work on their projects. Local craftsmen and builders were actively involved in the construction process of these studios, further integrating the architecture into the fabric of the community. Each of them have unique designs that all integrate into their natural surroundings and seem to be strategically placed within the island to help visitors like me naturally explore the small communities scattered around the area. Each of them are easily accessible, yet just out of the way enough to feel uniquely secluded. The Tower Studio stands taller than the rest, and sticks out as you can likely tell via its geometric design. The Swish Studio, as you saw previously, almost resembles an iceberg in its design, which uniquely blends the natural landscape of Newfoundland with modern architectural design. The Bridge Studio sits secluded, yet included into the landscape of a small mountain plateau on the other side of the island. While all of these make for great and unique photography opportunities, the true beauty of the island is definitely the people. The problem is, I'm not a people photographer. It's a lot easier for me to yell at a camera next to a building than it is to talk to another person. There's a lot of culture here, and to this day you can pick up on customs and dialects from their dominantly Irish and English heritage. Sometimes that dialect is so strong, I can't even actually understand what's being said. For example, I met Roy Dwyer last year, who quite literally invited me into his home, introduced me to his wife, and talked to me about the island that he loves so much. And he writes about that in his books. His accent was so thick sometimes that I could barely understand what he was saying.
His wife and I put oyster seconds where you go sailing. It's a part of his occupation. And,
something I still kind of struggle with all over Newfoundland, but there was no confusion about their generosity and hospitality. One morning, as I was driving around, I saw a woman selling her handmade quilts right from her front porch. Newfoundland is known for handmade quilts, along with many other textiles, as I imagine there's a lot of time spent indoors during their long winters. I pulled over and I decided to say hello. An interaction I would have loved to have gotten on camera to share with you, but sometimes I just have to leave the camera and enjoy the experience for myself. Sorry about that. We chatted. She invited me in for breakfast and tea, to which I declined as I was busy filming this video. And after learning that I lived on the road, she even invited me in for a shower. My goodness, what a sweet lady she was. Even though I'm not a people photographer, I kindly asked her if I could take her picture, to which she graciously said yes. She also wouldn't let me leave empty-handed, and I was now the proud owner of some handmade puffin coasters. What an absolutely lovely experience. And if you ever get to visit Newfoundland, you'll be continually reminded of the generosity of the people. So while I'm showing you what I personally know best, the landscapes, it's really the people that make this place so beautiful.
Okay, we've made it to the top, and I just for transparency's sake, did wait to film this until I caught my breath again. This particular hike, I didn't do the last time I was here, just because the last time I was here, I remember being really sad and just in a state of being on the road for, I think at that point, 7 months, 6 months, a long time. And it was rainy and there was fire smoke for some reason all the way up here. And I was just done. I didn't have the motivation to really do a whole lot. And I got stuck on the island because the ferry broke down. It doesn't matter. I just remember being a grumple stillskin, if you will. So I'm glad I came back and did this hike, had some lunch down there. It's a beautiful day, and cross your fingers that it's a nice sunset and it doesn't just get completely blocked by clouds. I don't know if you'll be able to see it. There's about 700 mosquitoes flying around my head right now. One of the downsides of it warming up and not being windy as these guys come out reminds me very much of Alaska. I'm hoping that when we get over here to shoot, it'll be a little bit windier on the rocks. Oh, Jesus. They seem to be getting a little bit lighter. I don't have a black cloud above my head at the moment. I don't necessarily know how much we're going to get for sunset this evening. And I guess depending on how miserable I am while waiting for something maybe to happen, my finger is very itchy right now. One really got me. Please stop biting me. All right, so we're actually getting some really decent color in the clouds right now, even though we're probably about almost an hour from sunset, maybe 40 minutes. But last year, when I took this shot, I was right down there, I believe. You can see all of these lines here in the rocks. Well, hopefully you can see them. And using those lines, it basically creates a very wide shot to where the lines are pointed this way up to the hotel up here. Get out of here, mosquito. And then you have this line of the hotel receding back into the image. And it just kind of creates a really cohesive image. Basically, it just brings everything together, makes your eye all look in the same direction, and then brings you through the image. As you've probably noticed from all of the images that I'm trying to take of these structures, this one included, is that the landscape is part of the architecture. I don't want to just take kind of abstract or subjective shots of just the architecture if I can help it, because most of the shots that I really enjoy are how the building sits naturally in the landscape. And one of the ways is having all these diagonal lines pointing to the hotel. It creates just a really unique shot and also brings everything together, makes the landscape one with the building. Okay, so we've moved spots and I just wanted to update you on what's going on with the clouds. It's looking less and less likely we're going to get anything for sunset. But in terms of this shot, there's our little rock down there, although you can see it way more in this exposure. But the shot is actually from way down here, shooting up. And there's a reflection and it's a little bit wider. And that's basically the shot. Also, it just started raining a little bit. That's Newfoundland for you. But I think this is the better shot, regardless if we get good conditions or not, because at the very least I could take a long exposure here and hopefully create some nice atmosphere, maybe the clouds moving really fast past the hotel, and just plunk her down here and get like a really cool wide angle shot. And that'll also smooth out the water here. And it makes it where I get something regardless of the conditions or not. But if, for example, the sun does happen to poke out, we will get some light up here on the hotel and it'll be gorgeous because it'll reflect down here on this little pond as well. So I'll have to stay tuned for that. Thankfully, the mosquitoes have died down a little bit because of the wind and the temperature is dropping. But other than that, it's a game of just waiting around. That's landscape photography for you. So if you're here and you don't shoot photography and you're like, I don't care about all this, well, I appreciate you being here. But this is kind of a little insight into what it takes to get some of the photos that you might see either in my portfolio or anyone else's. right, so the camera's going right now. I have my tripod in reverse, which surprisingly, this is the first time I've ever done that. I cannot remember the last time I reversed my tripod. Let's put it that way. The thing is, if I'm not this low, basically this little triangle doesn't fit in the right spot in the composition, and it just doesn't work. It's just a little bit too out of place if I don't bring the camera down low enough. So that's what I had to do. I'm currently taking a 2.5 minute exposure. I have a 6-stop ND filter, Maven filter, that I'll have linked down below if you're interested in a set of filters. They're my personal recommendation. I'm trying to wait long enough to where these lights that you can see in the hotel get captured within the image. Obviously, I'm dealing a little bit with the fact that the lake is always going to be a little bit darker than the sky. In a single exposure, it's hard to get both. Get out of here, mosquito. But I think we got it. And I'm not too overly thrilled about the image. This is what the sunset ended up looking like. Basically nothing, too many clouds. But we made the best of it, and we took this image that I liked last time that I think is going to be better this time just because the light is a little bit different. And something else that's really interesting is all of this stuff right here was like this golden brown last time, whereas right now it's more of a white and green. So a little bit of a difference. But, oh, the image just finished. I'll show it to you now, or any other images that I enjoyed this evening, and then I'll see you for sunrise tomorrow, hopefully. Later. Hope you're enjoying. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. And thanks for being here.
Chapter 10 of Cleon's book starts with big, bold, handwritten font of choose what to leave out. He writes, "In this age of information, abundance, and overload, those who get ahead will be the folks who figure out what to leave out so that they can concentrate on what really matters and is important to them. Nothing is more paralyzing than the idea of limitless possibilities. The idea that you can do anything is absolutely terrifying."
All right, so this studio name is Long Studio. I know, super original. But to play on that fact, I have my other camera set up down here doing, I'm gonna let you guess, it's been a common theme this video, long exposure, because we're at the Long Studio. I've been alone for too long. Well, the biggest thing is on a long exposure like this, you want to have a lot of clouds in the sky because you want that movement through the long exposure to be a pretty prominent part of the image. So over here, obviously the camera's here, down here, and shooting up a little bit so it gets more of those clouds. But then you'll also notice in the image, it's basically right at the angle of the building to where you can still see a bit inside and then also the white. And all of these clouds are moving towards it. Right now I'm just trying to get the exposure correct to where I can get the clouds and this black building all in the same exposure. And if you can probably guess, exposing a 2.5 minute exposure means slightly a bit of trial and error. Okay, so the last time I was here, this studio was probably my least favorite. All right, well this shot isn't necessarily working because of all this debris down here. But I gotta be honest with you guys, I'm not really feeling inspired today, photography-wise. But I'm now thinking that maybe that was just the mood that I was in, because coming back to it this time, I'm spending more time trying to get some of these abstract angles, thinking in black and white with contrast, and obviously this being fixed up and not having that damage like it did last time. I actually think this is one of the more interesting ones to photograph from an architectural standpoint. However, the big difference is this one doesn't sit on the landscape in such a cohesive way like the other ones felt like they do. So this one I'm focusing more on like the architectural photography of it, barely getting basically no landscape in it unless you count that little window of sky in the images that I'm taking right now. So I'm basically removing that element and focusing more on the angles rather than focusing on, you know, it sitting on this landscape and what that looks like. So it doesn't really go well or as well with the other ones or the concept I had for those images together. But individually, in a vacuum, just photographing this and thinking about the angles and how all the lines are and trying to make sure everything is straight and this funky design actually is pretty cool. It's pretty fun. Okay, so I was about to pack it up and get going. And then I noticed as the sun peered through the clouds once, these shadows came out and it created even more interesting compositions because it added more lines using negative space or the shadow areas within the images. So now I have the great enjoyment of sitting here and waiting for the sun to just come out enough to create some lines of shadow. For the most part, it's pretty even light, but that's actually a good thing because, for example, if right now there was no clouds in the sky and it was just direct harsh light, it would be too harsh. A lot of this area wouldn't be illuminated. It would just be really, really harsh light and shadows, and it probably wouldn't turn out too well. So this in-between of having to wait for the sun to come through just enough to create some actual lines, like you're actually seeing them right here as I'm filming, which means I should probably grab my camera, but there's just enough to create these shadows in the image. However, it's diffused enough that it also is still illuminating the rest of the scene, meaning that I can actually capture everything in a single image and get the contrast that I want while also getting the details I want because of that more diffused light. Also, it's not cold at all. I'm actually sweating in this. It's just that this is protecting my big forehead from getting some sun. Oh, the shadows are out. I gotta go.
Cleon writes, "The way to get over creative block is to simply place some constraints on yourself. It seems contradictory, but when it comes to creative work, limitations mean freedom. Write a song on your lunch break. Paint a painting with only one color. Start a business without any startup capital. Shoot a movie on your iPhone with a few of your friends. Build a machine out of spare parts. Don't make excuses for not working. Make things with the time, space, and materials that you have right now. The right constraints can lead you to your very best work." My favorite example? Dr. Seuss wrote The Cat in the Hat with only 236 different words. So, his editor bet him that he couldn't write a book with only 50 different words. Dr. Seuss came back and won that bet with Green Eggs and Ham, one of the best-selling children's books of all time. The artist Saul Steinberg said, "What we respond to in any work of art is the artist's struggle against his or her limitations. It's often what an artist chooses to leave out that makes the art interesting. What isn't shown versus what is. It's the same for people. What makes us interesting isn't just what we've experienced, but also what we haven't experienced. The same is true when you do your work. You must embrace your limitations and keep moving. In the end, creativity isn't just the things we choose to put in, it's also the things we choose to leave out." Wherever you are in your journey, don't let restrictions hold you back. Sometimes I think about my photography and realize the times I've likely enjoyed the most are when I created with what I had instead of focusing on what else I might need. Chronologically, right after this Newfoundland trip, I spent weeks traveling across the US shooting with a fixed lens Fuji X100VI and not allowing myself to edit anything. That challenge rekindled a bit of the joy I was missing in my photography over the past year. Now, I didn't go creating Green Eggs and Ham, but damn, was it revitalizing. Oh, and of course I made a video if you want to watch that too.
All right, well, I hope you enjoyed those images. I've had a very long day. That wasn't supposed to be this long. I got here at 1 o'clock to get on this ferry. It is now 10 p.m. and I'm now on the ferry because it broke down, which is ironic because the last time I was on Fogo Island, the ferry broke down. I had to wait till the next day. And this time I was like, I want to get there earlier. Well, here we are, stuck. And I don't know what I did to deserve this, not this, but the fact that this is the sunset as I'm getting onto the ferry. We didn't get any of this when we were here to take the photos. So I don't know, maybe I committed a sin, committed a crime, something to not only get delayed almost 10 hours, but also this sunset is just, I would have killed for this sunset any of the nights we were here. But I'm happy to be on the boat because, well, let's just say the next adventure is going to be really special, but I'm not going to spoil it. Welcome back, everyone. Today's episode is going to be extra special since Sophia is coming to join us. But I'm headed to the airport right now to pick her up, and for the next couple days we're going to be on an adventure here in Newfoundland, and it's going to be great because we all know the real star of the show at this point is Sophia. Oh, there she is. You come here often?
Hi!
It's hot out.
It's so nice.
Okay, she's here. Now, I have a snacky for you.
Oh.
Or
Ooh,
if you need granola, I got you a granola bar.
Got me a granola bar.
Or, hold on, wait. I got you the most expensive water I could because you're a princess.
What? Excuse me. Why?
We hit the road hoping to make it for sunset, but honestly, I was so happy it didn't really matter what happened that evening.
Oh, it's go time. Okay. Hopefully we don't get eaten by bugs. So where are we?
Trinity.
What is it famous for?
I don't know.
Those houses. The colored houses.
The colored houses.
Can you tell who planned this section of the trip?
I booked it.
I didn't say who booked it. I said who planned it.
I don't think the flies are really coming through.
You gotta, when you're flying the drone and you don't have time to put pants on while there's bugs, you gotta just do, the bug dance. But you gotta really pay attention. And you're getting some really epic footage. So there's just no time to put any pants on. I mean, just look at this footage. Like, would you put pants on while you're getting this footage? No, you just don't have time. So you just gotta kick them. Nope, I don't want you, bug. Oh, we gotta take some photos. Did a lot of my exercising today. Oh yeah.
It's a little bit of a crab walk.
Hey, no commentary here.
For the last several years, I've been living on the road exploring as much as I could afford. On a few occasions, I spent months at a time completely alone, with my only real social connection being to talk to a camera like it's a hand-painted volleyball. I made incredible memories, woken up in some of the most beautiful spots that you can imagine, but also quite a lot of Cracker Barrel and Walmart parking lots, and I've definitely had many moments coated in tears. There's so much that happened that I could probably make an entire YouTube series about it. The common thread throughout most of it was that I was alone, until now.
All right, well, that was quite the welcome back to Newfoundland.
Mm-hmm.
I picked you up from the airport, we drove here, and I was like, well, we're probably not going to get sunset or anything, so we'll just make the best of it. As soon as we pulled in, that was the sunset that was happening.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely incredible.
Just amazing. And this little town is so cute. I mean, look at that. The moon is back there. The colored houses are right behind us. The sun was setting. Got some drone photos. I mean, that's pretty great.
Pretty good first day.
You've only been here for like 3 hours. Okay, so what are we doing tomorrow that they need to be excited for, to stay tuned for?
Tomorrow we're going whale watching.
No, you can't actually tell them. You gotta like hype it up, not tell them what we're doing so that they keep watching, and then we'll be like, we're going on a big adventure. Who knows what's gonna happen?
If we make it out alive.
All right, see you tomorrow. Later. What's going on this morning? What are we doing?
Am I allowed to tell the people this time?
Well, you already spoiled it last time.
We're going whale watching.
Okay, but do you think we're actually going to see any whales?
I hope
or if
so.
I'm just going to get sick on the boat?
I have nausea bracelets.
That you have? You didn't tell me this. I'm learning this for the first time right now.
I know. I can learn.
You didn't tell me this.
No, I didn't.
What's a nausea bracelet?
It's like some kind of pressure point to help
That
with
sounds like
nausea.
some kind of voodoo.
Yeah. I don't think it works.
Okay, but
I wear them anyway.
All right. Well, here we go.
Wish us luck.
You ready to go?
So ready.
All right. We're kind of in the front.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel?
Splash zone.
Did you take any medication?
I did.
You didn't share any of that medication.
No, I didn't.
What is going on today? The strap, the medication, didn't offer any of it.
Look at me, so selfish.
Okay, here we go. All right, I know the last scene you saw was us jokingly being like, oh my God, we're on the front of the boat. Are we going to survive? Well, the truth is, no. Well, I mean, we survived, but I couldn't handle it. We got about, 5 or 10 minutes out. And basically, I was holding this camera, and we took a big wave, completely soaked and splashed. It hit this. I panicked a little bit, put it in my pocket, And then was basically holding on for dear life with no autonomy to wipe it off or do anything else. She's holding on to my camera that's in the wet bag that wasn't fully closed because we didn't really know how bad it was going to be out there or the wind or anything. And the waves kept getting bigger and bigger. They sat us in the front seats like we joked about. And about 5 minutes of that, I started to feel almost like I was having a panic attack. Mostly because of a combination of worrying about my gear, but also being in the front and then only being able to focus on every giant wave we were hitting and just absolutely slamming into the ocean. And genuinely, I was not having a good time. I tried to go for another couple minutes and then I was like, we have to stop and turn around. So literally I made the entire whale tour boat turn around, take us back. Now it was only like, I don't know, maybe 8 minutes back. And I felt a little better because 3 other people got off, but it was way too much for me.
I've had months to think about and relive that experience. I was really close to simply editing out all of this because I'm scared to admit that it even happened. I don't suffer much from anxiety in my life, which I'm really fortunate to be able to say. Yet in that moment, it felt like I was suffocating. I felt like I couldn't breathe, and I felt completely helpless on this boat full of people who I didn't want to inconvenience. Yet every wave we hit escalated that experience, and I can't stress enough just how big those waves felt in that moment. But I still didn't want to speak up, just like I wanted to edit this entire part out, because turning that boat around made me feel weak and emasculated. I was embarrassed, and I felt like a burden. I knew it was absolutely the right decision, yet I couldn't help but apologize to everyone, and to this day even consider not speaking of it ever happening. But I think it's important to remind everyone that if you're ever in a situation like this one, speak up. It's absolutely okay. No one should have to feel helpless in a situation like that, and they definitely should never be judged for it. I did feel better learning that the second tour of the day got canceled because of the conditions were past the allowable threshold for safety, and that our tour likely should have been canceled as well. Regardless, the takeaway here is that it's okay to ask to turn around, and we all should be a bit more patient and empathetic to those that might make such a request. You never know what someone else is experiencing. It might not be obvious, but it was quite hot that day, something I was very unfamiliar with during my visit to Newfoundland. As a matter of fact, this ended up being the hottest day they had all year.
She's risking it.
I was told that if I wanted life to believe, and the answer's not the questions I could conceive, but like a child.
Okay, you got to eat the ice cream on camera. I'm just gonna keep rolling until you.
Do not eat.
Well, it's gonna melt.
Soup. I love
And
soup.
I can't eat any of mine until you eat.
You love soup even more than I do.
I hate soup. I don't hate soup. Don't get mad at me. I'm from Florida. Soup is not a thing. It's way too hot down there.
Eat the ice cream. Hey, Alex, what are you doing?
Taking a picture of this window.
Taking a picture of a window.
Yeah, this window.
Why?
Well, do you see over here on the left? Right here?
Yeah.
Do you see over here on the right where we're standing?
Yeah.
We're in the shade.
Yeah.
Over there is hot.
Yeah.
So this was an excuse to not embarrassingly stop in the shade to cool down. I'm like, hey, I'm going to take a picture of this window real quick. And you, Sophia, are not going to judge me for it. When in reality, I'm kind of like, whatever, but I get to stand in the shade for a while and cool down.
It's like when you're on a hike and you gotta take a photo break.
Yeah, exactly. I do that all the time. In reality, I'm just like, okay, can we just stop and take a photo really quick? You're like, yeah, but there's no view. Yeah, but you see, you can't see what I could see. Okay, so
you're gaslighting me.
I'm hypothetically gaslighting you.
Arms underneath, I dropped into the unrelenting world of in-between. Behind the questions, there's a murmur echoing.
Why are we in such a hurry? What's the rush here?
Well, Sophia, you see, Trinity, Newfoundland, only has one place to eat. So we stood in line for 45 minutes, finally got seated, and then it took us 2 hours from start to finish to eat, meaning the sunset we had planned, we're very behind on. The sun just went behind the largest cloud I've ever seen in my life. So that seems to be the luck today, but we're trying to make the best of it. And we got to get to this lighthouse and see if we can make a shot worth it, see what happens. Oh, no bunny, no bunny. Oh, Jesus. If I had hit that bunny, I would have just pulled over and I jumped off that cliff.
Positive note is, you're seeing the largest cloud you've ever seen in your life before.
It may have been the hottest day of the year, but as soon as the sun kisses the horizon, the temperature drops. And you can tell that via Sophia's Get Warm dance that you can see on the screen, which, for the record, I don't recommend next to large cliffs like this one. Anthony Bourdain once said, "Travel isn't always pretty. It isn't always comfortable. Sometimes it hurts. It can even break your heart. But that's okay. The journey changes you. It should change you. It leaves marks on your memory, on your consciousness, and on your heart, and on your body. You take something with you. Hopefully, you leave something good behind." I'm lucky to be able to say that in my years of traveling full-time, I've rarely ever had something bad happen. The biggest challenges have always been internal, battles of the mind rather than moments of crisis. And after today, when the dust settled, what had really happened? My gear got salty, I got really salty, and I found myself grappling with something I definitely did not anticipate. A wave of panic, all pun intended, and navigating how to process it. Stepping into the unfamiliar, whether it's a place, an experience, or an idea, is inherently daunting. We construct bubbles of safety in different areas of our lives. For some, it's physical. We stay close to our hearths, within the comfort of the familiar. For others, it's emotional, seeking refuge in people, routines, and predictability. Many of my friends can't comprehend why on earth I'd ever opt into living in a vehicle, sleeping on the side of the road, or waking up in some strange places. Yet for me, those things invigorate me to shed my areas of comfort and experience the world in a different way. Now, I'll admit waking up wet and cold in the middle of nowhere isn't my idea of a perfect morning, so it's not all glamorous. But after it's all said and done, these are the memories and stories that I'll carry on for the rest of my life. Hopefully to pass down even a fraction of that to someone else, or to spark even the smallest ember of curiosity in someone like you, who's kindly listening to me right now. I'm unsure that my experience that day allowed me to leave any good behind, like Bourdain said, but I do know that the next time I stepped foot on that boat, I was far more nervous than the last time. But I wasn't going to let that stop me.
Well, the sun got blocked by that giant cloud as expected, but tonight was absolutely beautiful. Although the temperature went from hot today to almost frigid to now it's fine in less than 20 minutes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Also, I've been told you didn't pack a jacket, but you also didn't pack any shorts until I told you to pack shorts. So what was your expectation for the weather if you did not pack a jacket and you did not pack any shorts?
It was just going to be perfect all the time.
Perfect.
Light pants, t-shirt weather. Love it.
Okay. Have you been to Newfoundland before? Is this not where we met? You know it's cold in this country.
I was sleep deprived. My brain was not working.
I have extra jackets. Oh, also, if we do get on the boat, which I think we're going to, there's a super rare stellar sea eagle, which is normally only found in basically the coast of Russia. He went from Alaska to Texas and was like, oh, I'm way off track, and then somehow ended up here. So that's what we're going to do tomorrow. Stay tuned.
But like a child falling back to no arms underneath, I dropped into the unrelenting world of in-between.
All right, take two.
Take two.
Here we go. We're in the back this time.
Going at the back instead of going here.
Yeah, I'll just fly out that way.
Yeah,
okay.
No problem.
What a completely different experience. If yesterday was like riding the Tower of Terror, today was It's a Small World. Just a few minutes on the boat, and my anxiety from the previous day had completely washed away. Okay, maybe that's a bad way to put it. But this time around, I left everything but my phone. Okay, you know that's a lie. It's an unspoken rule in photography that an event doesn't happen unless you photograph or film it. So of course, I still brought my camera.
Wordless sentence in between the lines.
shot, an insane shot.
Okay, as you could tell, that footage was a little bit shaky. Trying to film whales on a moving boat was an adventure in itself. They didn't stick around for long, but goodness was it fun to try. And beyond that, the sheer beauty of the day was something else entirely. This was a perspective of Newfoundland that I had yet to experience. The coastline, seen from the ocean. And what an experience it was. I mean, just look at these formations. Rugged, raw, otherworldly, truly living up to Newfoundland's nickname of the Rock. It struck me then, this island's history and culture are deeply tied to the sea, yet I had never seen it from the water. It would be like living in Nepal without ever gazing upon the Himalayas, or walking through an English forest without the veil of a morning fog. So this is what this place looks like from here, I thought to myself. And with every headland we passed, every cove we cut through, all I could imagine was how breathtaking it would be at sunset. The inevitable curse of a landscape photographer. But the best part of it all, every time I looked over, I was reminded that this experience wasn't just mine to keep. For once, I got to create a memory I would share with someone else. And for that, I am deeply grateful.
In their eyes, in every victory and defeat, and in all smothered dreams, and the baby bird that's eaten by the snake in its sleep.
All right, we did it. We made it. We did it this time. We didn't turn around. Well, we turned around just on schedule. It was like literally a night and day difference. What did you think?
I liked how our boat driver, our skipper, liked to mess with us in his driving and go full speed right forwards, right into a cave.
His idea of fun is making my butt clench as tight as possible. But anyways, that adventure is over. We're moving on to our next adventure, which is hopefully going to go see if we can see some puffins on this little island. Because you didn't see them last time you were here, right?
No.
Okay, well, there we go. And I have to make a stop I hate making first. So what do you think?
They're so cute.
You didn't have any here the last time you were here, right?
No, I miss them all. Just a bunch of gulls.
So we're only here for a short time today, but tomorrow we're going to come and just sit here for a while.
These guys sure are fun to just sit and watch. I didn't get much for photos during this short visit, but this little outing was mostly just a pit stop before sunset. We did stumble upon a really unique scene as a dead mink whale had gotten close to shore, but we didn't really want to make too much of a spectacle of it, so we quickly moved on, but I did snap a photo.
All right, so Sophia and I have rushed over to the spot for sunset after eating dinner. And last time I was here, I took one of my favorite sunset spots from right over there. But this time around, the sun is in a different spot. So I'm making an attempt to take a slightly different composition with the same elements of the sun in the image, but these giant slabs of rock that you can see that are currently illuminated as the sun is going behind these clouds. I'm trying to film, can you keep it down?
Achoo!
Okay, the mosquitoes are fully out, so I'm currently sweating in this jacket. Are you sweating? Okay, apparently it's just me that's sweating. No, don't bite me while I just started filming. Go away. No. Anyways, this shot, as I was saying before, the last time I took this shot, it was from over there, and the sun was setting on the left part of the frame. This time around, it's kind of setting in the middle of the frame. However, it obviously went behind some clouds. It's coming out right now as I am speaking and dodging all of these mosquitoes. The sun is coming out right there. So I'm gonna go back to getting this shot as best I can really quick and dodging these mosquitoes. Oh yeah, really got me. Stay tuned. All right, so I got a few more photos as the sun came behind the clouds again, but I think some of the original images that I got while all this slab of rock was still illuminated are probably the best ones, because the whole point of this shot that I scouted the last time I was here was just trying to capture all of the geology here in this cove with these giant just slabs of rock that mostly remind me of the coastline here of Newfoundland. Sorry, I'm still trying to get these mosquitoes out of the way, which, by the way, none of them are getting on her. They're all coming after me. So, yeah, okay, well, good moral support back here. All right, I interrupt this broadcasting to tell you that that shot back there was not the last shot. I came down here and found this like bed of flowers here with these leaves and stuff to just try to capture all of this atmosphere that's happening back here post sunset. And I actually really love this composition Let me briefly explain it to you. It's basically this bed of flowers on the right part of the frame, and it's complemented by all these leading lines of the rock here. And then just, cherry on top is this colored clouds back here. And it just creates a really simple composition that kind of just works well together and doesn't have the sun in it or anything, which I really love. Sophia, final words on this sunset.
It's nice. It's just dark with sunglasses on.
Why do you have sunglasses on?
I didn't bring my regular glasses. Oopsies.
All right. Well, there you go. It's dark with sunglasses on. Get out of here, mosquito. Okay, here's a shot. Oh, get him. Good morning, everyone. We are walking back to the puffin colony. Sophia is holding my coffee and her tea that she keeps spilling.
It's not my fault.
Somehow she, on this trip, has gotten tea in these cups with lids and spilled every time through the lid.
Oh, it's spilling more.
Okay, well, we gotta go. We gotta handle this spill. We're gonna get there and set up. We got both tripods. We got the chair. We got the binoculars. I'm gonna get Sophia to do her best puffin impression. We have a myriad of puffin facts for you as you watch these little guys on the screen. Sophia has been taking notes. So we're gonna read off some puffin facts that we thought were very interesting. What was your favorite little fact?
I guess about the chicks. We've been chick spotting, but we can't find any. But
Well, I've been chick spotting every day. That's definitely going in.
The eggs are laid, and then they incubate them for over a month, and it's great because both partners incubate the eggs. It's not just the mom.
Very progressive.
Mm-hmm. Good job, puffins. But once the eggs hatch, then the chick is this little ball of black fur, and they're deep inside the burrow. And what the parents do is that they come and they feed their chick for the first 6 weeks, and they feed them a lot. So the little ball of black fur becomes a big ball of black fur, and is just stuck in the burrow, so fat that he can't get out of the burrow. And after the 6-week period, the parents leave, they go back out to sea, and then the chicks then slim down a little bit, they lose their down, they get their big feathers, and then until they're thin enough to squeeze out of the burrow, they hang out there, and then they grow out on their own.
They're literally so fat they can't get out?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. But that also means that nobody else can eat them.
Right.
Because they can't get out.
Ah, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
My fact that I'll follow up with that one is that the puffins have to maintain how much they eat, because if they get too fat, they literally can't fly. So if they eat too much fish, they cannot fly to get out of the water.
Yeah.
Which is pretty hilarious.
It's so funny. Just, food coma puffin.
Yes.
Yeah. However, puffins need to eat at least every 4 days or else they die. And I wonder, my hypothesis is that they flap their wings really, really fast. They flap it about 400 times a minute. They're bad flyers. So it's very energy inefficient. So maybe they need to eat lots to move.
Okay, some other fun facts is that every time you see a puffin in a picture, you think it's very large. And then when you see them in real life, you realize they're about the size of a potato. Actually, I like to call them flying potatoes. Apparently they weigh about this, a can of Coke?
Can of Coke.
Can of Coke. So that's about how big they are. 25 centimeters.
Yep.
A literal flying potato.
But they eat so much. They eat. So the way that they eat is that they dive into the water. They're very good swimmers. They swim with the web feet. And they catch fish in their beak. But they're one of the only fish that can actually... They're one of the only birds that can hold multiple fish at once. On average, they hold about 10 fish in their beak at a time.
10?
10.
Wow.
But they found one puffin that had 62 fish.
How did they count 62 fish?
I don't know.
I saw it. We can't comprehend how you could fit 62 fish on one puffin beak. Speaking of puffin beaks, you said they change colors.
They do change colors. They're orange when they're mate, but when they go out to sea, they just turn gray.
Oh.
Yeah.
And mating, they mate for life?
They mate for life.
Oh, that's nice. They're like swans. And how long do they live?
On average in the wild, 20 years, but they can live up to 40.
You said that they found a There's a person in Norway that found...
Yeah, there's a person in Norway who bans the chicks. And I guess when they come back, or I don't know how bans work, but they found one that lasted for 40 years.
Wow.
Granted, they only started using bans that last 40 years now, so it could be longer.
That's crazy for these little guys.
Yeah. But I think seabirds live a long time.
So you're saying that the puffins we're watching right now could be older than you?
Yes.
That's kind of crazy.
Older than you.
Oh, that's also true.
Crazy.
So the reason the puffins are here is this is where they mate and have their chicks. But most of the time they live out at sea. And they're only here for, 3 months, I guess? Because the mating period is, the gestation period is 6 weeks.
Yeah.
And I guess they have to build their nest in their burrow and mate and that kind of thing. Maybe they have to find a partner. I'm calling this Puffin Tinder Island, where they all group up and they find a nice match. What's that face for? Maybe it's more like Bumble?
Maybe it's more like Bumble.
Okay. But anyways, they find a mate and then they mate for life and they come back here every year, here in Newfoundland. What was the fact you were telling me?
Almost 60% of Atlantic puffins come here to Newfoundland to breed.
Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot of puffins. Are they endangered at all?
I think they're definitely at risk just because of overfishing. So there's not as much food, but they're not technically endangered yet.
Gotcha. Well, also like the things like global warming is causing the fish that come in normally that all the whales feed on and stuff. Right now, Kaplan? Kaplan. I always say it wrong. Isn't here yet, and it should be. So that's an interesting fact as well. But
no food for the puffins.
No food for the puffins currently. That's why none of the shots have any food in their mouth, I think. Or they're just giving it all to the kids, but I can't even see it when they're coming in. So that's puffin facts. Anything else? Did we forget anything?
They're so cute.
Okay, they're very cute. Oh. He pooped.
Yeah?
He pooped and went back in his house.
After puffing around, it was time for some food and relaxing on the coast.
Is there a rhythm to the mystery deep? A melody that's crying while she sings.
This is easily one of my favorite places in the world. I mean, just look at it. How could you not fall in love with a place like this? And then there's just the sheer convenience of it all. I can just park right here and call it home for the night, or even the whole week. It's basically unbeatable, in my opinion. Of course, the experience is only made better by the absolutely unreal weather we've been having. Actually, now that I think about it, I spent over a month battling frigid, cold, wet days here. But the moment that Sophia arrived, it's been 7 uninterrupted days of sunshine. What is the world trying to tell me? Okay, now it's time for Sophia to learn some juggling and for me to show off some of my skills all the way back from high school. If you've made it this far in the video and you're feeling pretty entertained, why don't you give the video a like or consider subscribing if you're not already.
1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Go.
I'm so nervous.
No, don't worry about it.
Okay.
I don't have to post it or anything.
Which one do I go first? My right hand or my left hand?
Doesn't matter. 1. Try again. Okay, come on. 1. No. No.
Okay, wait. Try the other way.
Sophia.
I don't know.
Now, when you let go, this ball gets to 1, just throw this one in the air.
Okay, 1.
You didn't let go of it.
I don't know why.
You got this.
Okay. 1.
1, 2.
1, 2.
1, 2.
No. What are you doing here?
Okay, try again. Don't worry about catching. Just throw.
Okay, throw.
That was good.
Okay.
Good.
Okay.
You're not even trying anymore?
No. It's stressful.
Why is it stressful?
I don't know.
All right, don't hit myself in the face.
Stressed.
Okay.
Oh, you were that kid, huh?
In high school.
Most of the puffin shots earlier didn't really hit the mark for me professionally. Just a bit too far away and never felt quite intimate enough. Thus, we decided to check out another spot that's a bit lesser known for puffin washing, but also happens to be somewhere I absolutely love and have spent quite a lot of time in. If there's one thing that I've learned from traveling, it's that expectations will almost always get in the way of a good experience. You plan for a perfect sunset, and instead you get fog so thick that you can barely see your own feet. You dream of a crystal clear lake, only to find it engulfed with wind. At some point, you have to stop fighting it, because the best moments, they're the ones that you never saw coming. The wrong turn that led you to the best view. The storm that forced you into a cafe where you met someone that you're never going to forget. The plans that fell apart only to make space for something better. Let go of expectations. Embrace the experience. That's where the real magic happens.
All right, Sophia and I have come to this arch rock that's over here for sunset. However, it appears that the sun is going to be completely blocked by clouds, even though the conditions we were getting right before we got here were really epic. It just stormed. The light was great, great storm light. But I'm pretty sure the light is going to get blocked by clouds, so it's not going to come through the archway. However, we, and by we I mean Sophia, came over here and discovered all of these textures and rock formations and stuff like that. And so instead of trying to make anything like that work, I came over here and stole her shot. Well, trying to find shots in the chaos of these rock formations. And what's really cool is, well, actually, you know, Sophia, do you want to explain it?
Oh, I think it looks like a big claw. Or a tree. It's soft and it's hard at the same time. I can't confirm I did touch the rocks window just to make sure they were soft.
Sophia and I are going to try to capture that. Well, I'm going to try to capture it on my camera. But it's her shot, so credit to her.
Stole my shot.
I didn't steal. I haven't taken anything. I just credited you.
Yeah, this is true. I can share.
Okay. All right, I've given Sophia a camera to take pictures of some rocks. Look at her go. Look at her go. We've got some competition. Sophia, no, you're not supposed to be able to hear me.
There's nobody else here.
Dang it. All right, so it has started.
No, it's far away. I had the time.
All right, so it started to rain. The light never really happened. So what we're going to do is just show you a few of the photos. Well, I'll show you probably one photo I took, and then we'll select a few that you like that you took and show them.
Okay.
Okay, if you want to.
Okay.
Okay. I looked through the camera. They're great. They're much better than what I took.
Oh, thank you.
Here they are.
Good morning, everyone. Sophia and I are up at 4 o'clock. We got a solid 3 hours of sleep. We are headed back to the spot that we shot the puffins last night. The sunrise is not a lot of clouds in the sky, so I don't know how much great sunrise content I'm going to get in terms of photography, but we're planning on sitting over there as the sun comes up and hopefully catching some of those cute little birds with that morning light.
For this morning, I kept the composition pretty simple. I basically just shot this image that I've shot multiple times before, one during a rainbow, one during some storm clouds coming over, and probably a few other times. I just really like it because of this blanket of, well, now there's actually flowers down here, but just this green hillside here that almost looks like a bowl shape that goes to this little sea stack spire here. And this year, the sun is here, whereas when I was here last year, the sun was over here somewhere. Just simple. I just knew that it's a pretty easy shot to get. I mean, I literally park and sleep right here. Sophia is in the car, dodging all the mosquitoes. I doubt you can see her waving, but she just waved. So I took a few of those shots, I'll show you one of them now. And then I'm gonna wait to watch the sun come up, and you can see maybe out there, there's like a little black cloud. Those are the puffins sleeping on the water, but none of them have come up to their nests yet because the sun is not out enough. So gonna wait for that, try to get some nice morning light on them, and that's gonna be the morning. So here's this shot, hope you enjoy.
How's it going? What you doing?
I was cold. No, I wasn't cold. I was just tired.
You taking a nap?
I just wanted to lie down.
While the sunrise isn't exactly what I wanted, the puffin photos are exactly what I wanted. Beautiful morning. I got some great shots of the puffins. I'm just kind of just sitting around. There's a few spots they land at where I can get close enough on the land that I'm on to get the photos and footage that you're seeing. And what'll happen is if I stay in one spot, eventually they'll leave to go to the water. But if I stand there, they kind of don't come back to that spot, but they'll go back to the other spots. So I'll walk over there, shoot some photos. Eventually they'll leave. Not necessarily because I'm doing anything. I think eventually they just end up wanting to go to the water. I'm doing my absolute best not to scare them or inhibit them or encroach on their nests or anything like that to the best of my ability. And then I'm just kind of switching spots back and forth. Right now the light's getting harsher, as you can tell, but it can still, there's still a few shots that are still working. But for the most part, I have a ton of photos of the puffins, and specifically ones that I deem good enough for what I would throw in my own portfolio, which I hadn't gotten before. A lot of the shots from the other location just, they're all too far away for me to feel like I'm getting the photos that I want. But this morning, the light was great, the puffins were great, they're adorable. And if you're wondering where Sophia is, she's still laying and sleeping in Ross. But I don't blame her. It's really early still. I mean, it's like, let me check. Yeah, it's only 6 o'clock. So yeah, I don't blame her for sleeping. Anyways, here are the photos. Hope you enjoy.
I can't cheese. You think I talk to that thing while I drive? That's dangerous. I can't talk to this while I drive.
Spending years traveling solo acclimates you to a lot of freedom to just move from place to place entirely at your own pace with no schedules. Just me and where I want to go that day. But then there are moments like this one that really make me realize just how nice it is to have someone by my side. Photographing a sunset and having someone to look over to and say, "Oh my God, look at those awesome clouds." Or the times you drive by something absolutely bizarre and you both have the curiosity to want to turn around and find out what it was. Or waking up for a sunrise to share the first light of the day. Okay, sure, Sophia went back to sleep this morning, but she was absolutely there in spirit, and that's what counts. Solo travel is great, but having the right person next to you, that's something special.
All right, Sophia and I are back in the car because it was a bit too windy out there to record any voiceover related stuff or the facts of those gannets and those common murres were the other birds. Why were they at that particular rock?
Oh, something about the Gulf.
Yeah, so he said it was something about the two streams meet and that water creates really rich plant life that they can feed off of.
Gotcha. Lots of plankton.
We were told that they eat by diving they can dive up to 220 feet. And they dive so fast into the water that they can actually break their necks.
Yep.
And they have airbags, basically, in their necks and cheeks, right?
Yes, yeah, to break the fall. But only 1 in 5 of their dives into the water is successful.
We didn't capture any of them diving out there on the rock. Honestly, a lot of the photos I was taking there were more to do with just that spot because it's just absolutely wild. Literally, off in the distance, you see this rock and you're like, oh, it's a white rock. And then when you zoom in, you're like, no, those are all birds, as you guys are seeing in the footage. It's just, I mean, what was your thought? They were mating,
yes,
right?
Yes, they're here to mate. mate, and then the rest of the time they also spend their lives at sea.
Just like puffins.
Just like puffins.
Weird.
They're here for the summer months, pretty much. We'll leave mid-September.
All right, bird facts with Alex and Sophia. Now, stay tuned for where we're going. If it is what it's supposed to be, it's going to be possibly the most epic thing of this entire trip.
Possibly.
Possibly. It could also just be a complete dud.
Who knows?
We won't know until we get there. Stay tuned. Thanks for watching. Thanks for being here. Thanks for tuning in. You're on the phone and I'm like, oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Did you see that?
I did see that.
He's splashing. Oh, there's another one. Yeah, I got both.
Keep filming.
This was something like I had never experienced before. It's one thing to pay money to get on a boat and try to find whales out in the ocean. It's another thing entirely to sit on the coast, watching them eat, play, and breach right in front of you. Sophia and I sat there in awe for hours. I actually came back to this spot after Sophia left, and I spent literally 2 full days sitting on this coast, trying to capture photos, but mostly just absorbing what felt like something that shouldn't be real. I filmed so much content, there's probably an entire other episode worth of material, but considering that this is the last episode, I'm just going to throw a few of my favorite clips into this one. Maybe it's just me, but this feels like a special place. This isn't some distant sighting where you need binoculars to catch a glimpse of a fin breaking the surface. These guys are literally so close I could throw a football to them. And they're there for weeks until the capelins start rolling out in the ocean. You can hear them communicating with each other. One of the nights I slept here, I could hear them all the way from my car. What an absolutely surreal experience. That's the thing about traveling, about our world. No matter how much you see, no matter how many stories you hear, there will always be experiences out there that you never even knew existed. This one hits close to home because I've spent so much time here in Newfoundland compared to many other places that I've been. Yet, I had no idea this was here. Sophia and I only found out about it because of a random guy in a parking lot at one of the puffin sites we went to. I almost felt like it's a best-kept secret of the island. Realizing that you could spend an entire lifetime just exploring the area around you and still not see it all pushes me to want to see more. But it's also moments like this that remind me that no matter how many times I visit, there's always more to see. There's only so much time we have in our lives, and it's impossible to see it all. Regardless if you've flown around the world or never left the country that you were born in, there's so much life out there worth living. Sunrises to watch, languages to listen and get lost in, animals to discover, food to taste, people to bond with, and sometimes, best of all, loves of your life. So get out there and find out just who you are when you let go of all those things around you. Fall in love with yourself and the world around you every single day. Thanks for watching. I hope you've enjoyed. This concludes the Newfoundland series.